We are on the record, case number 23 CRB 223, State versus Center, Day 2. All parties are present with counsel. Mr. Craftsman, the jury has returned.
The jury is here, all are accounted for, sir.
Would you bring them back to the court, please?
Absolutely. Okay, folks, you ready? All rise for the jury, please.
Be seated, everyone. Everyone brought their own drinks today. It's good. I believe, Mr. Martin, we had finished with the last witness that you called. Are you ready to call your next witness?
Madeline Hall, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Sign my office.
Okay. And Mr. Wood, stand right here for me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
I just please. Watch your step when you go through that door. Your microphone, just speak up.
Inquire, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, can you please state your name, spell your last name?
Madeline Hall, Hall.
In October and November of 2022, were you employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
the Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
What was your position?
Dispatcher.
Can you tell us the training that you underwent to become a dispatcher?
I had to do leads testing, and I had to go under supervision and training for almost 6 months.
Did you have any ongoing or yearly training requirements?
No, I was only there for almost 6 months.
Okay. In October and November of 2022, then were your current up to date on all your training?
Yes,
Specifically on October 27th of 2022, you were employed and working as a dispatcher with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
yes,
Do you recall receiving a call for service involving a domestic violence situation?
yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Name?
Ma'am, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit A. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And can you tell us what it is?
It's the report for disturbance of a male choking a female.
Do you recall what time that call came in?
1816?
So it's that 6:16 p.m.
Yeah.
And what was the nature of the call?
Is a disturbance for a male choking a female?
Did you assign a deputy to that call?
Yes.
Who is that?
Deputy Dan Saylor?
Ma'am, what was the location for the disturbance?
263 State Route 58 in Sullivan?
Is Sullivan in the northern part of the county?
Yes.
Did you assign Cindy Benner to that call?
I didn't log signing her.
Is it your general practice to log that if you assign someone to a call?
Yes.
Do you know her whereabouts when this call came in?
I do not.
Okay. Did she make any acknowledgement of the call coming in?
I don't recall.
Okay. Mr. Crossman, if you can play, I've got it marked as State's Exhibit 7.
Okay, sir.
Can you stop that, right? Ma'am, is that your voice?
Yes.
Okay. And did you send out information regarding this call over the radio?
Yes.
Would that information have went to all 3 deputies that were on duty that day?
Yes.
Or if you could start that back up again.
Started from the beginning or?
No, from where it's at.
Okay, you're on. Well, maybe you're not.
We have 253 State Route 58, 263 State Route 58. Complaint advised that her husband choked her and he is possibly intoxicated. Are they separated now?
You can stop that, right? Is that Deputy Saylor?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could start back up, right? Thank you.
In turn, she's going back to her car and she disconnected.
If you could stop that. Could you make that out?
No, I couldn't.
Okay. But do you recognize the voice?
No.
Okay.
Would you like the witness to get closer?
If I could, Judge.
If you could stand down, walk over here, maybe we up here better.
I backed it up a little bit.
It's just so I'm clear for my own notes. You said you assigned it to Sailor or Taylor?
Same.
Sailor.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You can stop that. Miss All, you recognize that voice now?
Yes.
And can you tell us who the voice of that is?
Cindy Benner?
Could you make out what she said on that tape?
She said to assign it to the post, I believe.
Does that mean the Ohio State Highway Patrol?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if there's any other radio traffic that went out that said whether the post was going to be en route or not?
No.
So there wasn't?
I don't recall them making any radio traffic saying that they were en route.
Thank you. On November 8th of 2022, were you also working as a dispatcher?
Yes.
And were you involved in a dispatch that involved Deputy Duke start as a traffic stop?
Yes.
May I approach you?
No.
I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 9. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
For when Deputy Duke was on a traffic stop and a male had a gun and he was covered with a blanket in the back seat.
At one point, did Deputy Duke make a request for additional units?
Yes, he did.
Did Sergeant Benner respond to that initial request over the radio?
I don't believe so.
Was there also a point where Deputy Duke stopped responding to checks?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what checks are, Ms. Hall?
Checks are when we check their status every 7 minutes or 3 or 10. to check up on them and see if they're doing okay.
Just verify that they're safe.
Yes.
You said that Cindy Benner didn't initially acknowledge the call. Did you or another dispatcher have to reach out to her specifically?
I believe another dispatcher did. My trainer tried to call her.
Okay, and then would that be Olivia Starkey?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross, Chair?
Yes, Your Honor. So, when did you start at the sheriff's office as a dispatcher?
August 13th of 2022.
And when did you leave?
I don't know the exact date. It was sometime in December.
In December?
Yes.
Okay, so you were employed for about 4 months.
Yes.
Okay. So you couldn't have had 6 months of training then, right?
No.
Okay. So about 4 months. So you were still in training when this was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And you assigned Deputy Saylor to this call?
Yes.
And Cindy Benner was the supervisor on that shift, correct?
Correct.
And now you indicated, did you hear what she said, or do you need to hear it again?
It sounded like she said to request for OSP to back him up.
Okay, and that's something that would happen frequently, correct, if they needed help and assistance?
Yes.
Okay. And if she asked you to do that, did you follow up and do that?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
I don't believe they ended up coming. I'm not sure.
Is that something that you would, so you don't put that in your little call logs that you called OSP for backup? At the request of the supervisor?
I think typically you would.
Okay.
But I was in training, so.
Okay. And, it looks like no, for me, can I see the exhibit of this one? Yes. Okay, on the second page, okay, that's what I was gonna ask. What does that say?
OSP en route to code 10.
Okay, so you did contact them and they were on their way?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. And at that point in time, you'd already sent Deputy Saylor that way, or Dan Saylor that way, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Saylor, this went out to the south zone is where this Sullivan is?
No, Sullivan's in the north.
Okay. But here you have south zone, right?
Right.
So is that just an error?
Yeah.
Okay. So you sent out Saylor onto the call, dispatched to him, and then put out over the radio that this call was in. And Cindy Benner comes back over and says, contact OSP for backup.
Yes.
Okay. And as you sit here today, you're not sure whether they went there that night or that call or whatever happened, right?
Right. I'm not sure.
And going to November 8th, now, the November 8th situation is a situation in which you actually had a deputy calling you to tell you he was making a stop, so that created a new call sheet, right?
Yes.
It wasn't somebody calling in like 911 or anything?
No.
And there came a time that he requested additional units to go his way, right?
Yes.
And would that have, did you put that out over the computer CAD thing, or did you put it out over radio?
That he was requesting backup
Yes.
over the radio.
Okay. And in your experience with those, 4 months or so, did you have an occasion to witness or be made aware that sometimes the radio transmissions don't go through?
Not often.
But it happens, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time of this call, did you get response back from anyone when you put out the assistance?
327, which was Luke Limerick.
Okay.
I remember he responded.
Okay. And, but that was before you even put it out over the radio, right? Because wasn't he telling you that he was on the telephone with?
Yes, he was on the phone with him.
Okay. So you heard from Wyrick
Yeah.
before the assistance call even came out?
Yes.
Okay. And when the assistance call came out, or when you put it out over the radio, your testimony is you don't remember whether Sergeant Benner or Cindy Benner at that time contacted you back or made any reference?
I do remember her being en route, but I remember she was eating lunch at her house and it took her a while to leave.
Okay. And how was she made aware? Did you follow up on the radio or on the telephone with her?
On the radio.
Okay. So you did make contact on the radio. What was her response when you made contact to her?
She was en route.
Okay. Did she ask for where he was at?
I think so.
Okay. So in response asking the location, is that something odd you would get from a deputy when you send out a radio?
No.
Okay. And in your training, for these indications that a person en route on something like this, they get there as quick as they can, right?
Correct.
I just do one.
Sure.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any regret?
Just a couple. Ms. Hall, you said that the request for additional units that was put up by Deputy Duke, that was over the radio,
Yes.
and you heard that, right?
Yes.
And then later during the call, you made contact with Ms. Benner, also over the radio,
Correct.
and she responded.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Hall, may I see those exhibits, please?
Yes.
You anticipate recalling this witness testimony?
I do not.
Ms. Fair?
No, you're,
You have her under subpoena as well.
I do have under subpoena, so you're no longer under subpoena. At least you- That's
You
what I was looking
you
for.
don't have to come back.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Still early, sorry about that.
Next, Mr. Malone.
Olivia Starkey. Judge, can I get back State's Exhibit 9 from you?
Sorry?
Night State's 9.
Sure.
Stand right here for me, please. Face me. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case, be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. And so say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please. Why don't you step and go through the door? Your microphone, just speak up.
Okay.
May inquire, Ms. Sloan.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, can you please state your name, spell your last name?
My name's Olivia Starkey. It's Starkey.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where and what capacity?
I work at the Ashland County Sheriff's Office as a dispatcher.
How long have you been there?
Just over 5 years.
Can you tell us what training you underwent to become a dispatcher with Starkey?
I completed a 6-month training program. It's sort of like an apprenticeship right in the building, and I'm trained through all different stages of dispatch.
What are the different stages of dispatch?
I spent 5 months on law enforcement training and a month on fire training and EMS.
Do you have any ongoing or yearly training requirements?
Yes, we have a minimum of 24 hours continuing education every year, and then recertifications on all of our foundation classes every 2 years.
Ma'am, during the years of 2021 and 2022, were you current up to date on all your training?
Yes, I was.
On November 3rd of 2021, were you employed and working as dispatcher for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving a call for service requesting a deer carcass receipt?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge? Ma'am, showing you I've marked the State's Exhibit 10. Can you tell me if you're familiar with that?
Loosely familiar, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us if there was a call for service for an animal or a deer?
Yes, this was a request from an individual who had found a deer in his property. He wanted to get a deer receipt so that he could give the carcass to an Amish neighbor.
What's the address of the call?
The address is 1564 State Route 603.
Do you have an idea roughly what part of the county that's in?
It's about the mid part of the county on the western side.
Did you assign a deputy to that call?
Yes, we assigned Sergeant Benner.
What time did you assign her to that call?
She was assigned at 1606.
That'd be 4:06 in the afternoon.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That'd be 4:06 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Thank you. Does the exhibit that I handed you indicate what time Sergeant Benner arrived to that location?
She arrived at 16:33 or 4:33 p.m.
Does it indicate what time she was en route to that location?
It does not. It just logs when she was dispatched and arrived.
Okay. Do you know what time the call was completed?
It was completed at 17:07.
Or 5:07 p.m., is that right?
Yes.
Moving on to November 8th of 2022, were you working employed as a dispatcher for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Were you involved in dispatching for a traffic stop for Deputy Dukes?
Yes.
May I approach this?
Ma'am.
This is 9 again. Ma'am, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that call started out?
I was a trainer at the time, so my trainee initiated the traffic stop for Deputy Duke,
at 18:49, which is 6:49 p.m. He conducted the traffic stop at 224 and State Route 60, which is the northwest part of the county.
Thank you. Did that traffic stop turn into something else rather quickly?
Yes, it did.
Can you tell us what happened?
So Deputy Duke conducted the traffic stop. Everything seemed standard at first. We did conduct a checkup a few minutes in, which is standard procedure. He promptly after that requested an additional unit at a priority status response, meaning he needed backup and he needed it now. We had 2 other officers working. Sergeant Benner was on her lunch break in the 500 block of 511. It's about 6 miles away. And then Deputy Wenrick was on his own traffic stop down on 1095, which is about 18 miles away.
You said a priority 10. Mrs. Starkey, what does that mean?
It means he's needing a backup unit, and priority means he would like it as fast as possible.
Did that call or request for a priority additional unit come out over the radio?
Yes, it did.
Initially, did Ms. Benner acknowledge the priority request for assistance?
Not the initial.
Did you have to reach out to her specifically to ask her if she's going to respond to the call?
Yes.
What was her response?
After the second prompt, she did acknowledge.
So you had to prompt her twice?
The initial request from the deputy, which should have been copied directly, and then when we heard no response from her, we then prompted her ourselves through dispatch, at which time she did acknowledge.
Thank you. And was the prompt from dispatch, was that also over the radio?
Yes.
Ms. Starkey, did you also request that Ohio State Highway Patrol respond from the city of Ashland?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
He requested for additional units. Our job in this instance in dispatch is to make sure he gets the backup he needs to be safe and do his job correctly. So we start every available unit we can, especially because at that time, Deputy Duke was no longer responding to radio checkups. We could not reach him. Our job is then to get any available law enforcement unit to him as fast as possible.
Who's the closest available unit, Ms. Starkey?
It was Sergeant Benner.
You said that Deputy Duke stopped responding to checks. Is that a concern for a dispatcher?
It's very much a concern. If we can't reach him on the radio, we not only don't know what's going on, we don't know if he's even okay.
Would your response then be to get a unit there as soon as possible?
Yes.
Instant assistance. Did you also stage a squad?
Yes, we did. We started Ruggles Troy EMS trying to stage them in the area because at this time we don't know if a suspect or a deputy is harmed, so we try to have somebody prepared in case they are.
Thank you, Ms. Starkey. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross?
Sure, thank you. On, looking at State's Exhibit 10, Cindy Benner was sent out, on a call, you said at 16:06, assigned to this deer
Correct.
situation? Okay. And she completed that, correct?
Affirmative.
No complaint from the person who called in the request for the deer carcass?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, I believe your testimony was you've been a dispatcher for over 5 years, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience as a dispatcher, you have been trained on the CAD where you type stuff in and it pops up on the computer in the cars, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then you're also trained on radio.
Correct.
And then you also can use cell phones if you
Yes.
can't get through it, right?
Yep.
And would you agree that there are times that based on either how the radio's working or the internet, that sometimes those devices don't work? dead spots or other places in the county?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, do you recall the end of October 2022 that 911 advised that there would be problems with access to the ABL computers because there were some issues with Zerker?
I do not recall.
Has that happened though in the past while you've been there, that you get calls from not saying, hey, we're going to have problems with these certain areas for a while, things have to be shut down or you won't be able to utilize the equipment?
We've had instances where our CAD has crashed, and while we're maintaining it, we don't have access to the system.
Okay. And if you are on the system, you have the ability to see where the deputy cruisers are in the county, correct?
As long as their system's active, yes.
Okay, so I guess that's what I was getting at. If they lose internet or something and the vehicle, you're not notified that they've just lost internet or contact, right?
We're not notified, but if we look at their unit number on the screen, we do have symbols that notify us that it's either active or not.
Okay, so if it is not, I guess what I'm getting at is the picture remains, right? Like the picture of the car remains where it was until it becomes active again.
Yes,
And then it will pop up wherever it is when it becomes active.
yes.
Okay. And do you recall after the radio traffic requesting backup to Deputy Duke, since you didn't hear back from Cindy Benner, how long did you wait to go ahead and try a contact with her directly?
Just a moment, let me see if we notated it or not. We don't have anything notated, but our typical procedure is, we probably waited a minute, I would estimate.
But you don't have it noted in your...
I don't have it noted in my call, but the recordings should have it notated with an exact time.
Okay. And... But that would be an example of something that you should be putting in there to keep a running log.
Not necessarily in that instance.
Why not?
If she acknowledges, then we'll log her en route to the call, but at that time, we had not had the acknowledgement, so we would not log that she did not acknowledge. We would just attempt, because at that time, we don't know if she heard it or not. That's why we prompt the second time.
So basically, you prompt the second, you're not sure whether she heard it or not over the radio.
Correct.
Okay. So when you reach out to her directly, she answers, right?
She did in that instance, yes.
Okay. And she answered with asking you where his location was.
I believe so.
Okay. And is that something that you would expect a response from a deputy to ask where the location was?
Yes, if they weren't prior aware.
Okay. So basically, would that lead you to believe, with your experience as a dispatcher, that she didn't hear the first call?
Objection, Judge, that's speculation.
Have we heard on that?
Yes, Your Honor. She's indicating, I think she's got the training and whatnot and what normally happens. And if she didn't hear, so it seems to me that through her, her answers, that the second prompt and the immediate response, maybe in her experience, if she sees that they must not have heard the first one.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think it's always for speculation.
Okay. Does that happen very often for you?
Does what happen?
Dispatcher? That you send a call out, you don't hear anything, and your second prompt to them directly, you do you get a response?
It does not happen very often.
Okay. And your testimony was that Cindy was on her lunch break at home, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall how long, do you have on your exhibit there, from the time that you spoke with her and she asked where his location was, How much time lapsed before she got there on scene?
I mean, I can tell you when she logged en route to her on-scene time, but her en route time might not have been the same as when she acknowledged.
Okay, well, when did she log in your route?
She logged en route to the scene at 18:54 or at 6:54 p.m. and she arrived on scene at 19:01, which is approximately 7 minutes later.
Okay. And do you have indication in your log when it was that you made contact with her?
I don't have that logged in here. It would be in the radio traffic though.
Okay. And, you were the dispatcher, through the rest of this entire call till it was closed out, correct?
I was, it's mingled. I mean, all of us in that room take equal parts, so some of the logs will show different dispatchers.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at is you have the personal knowledge of what went on.
Yes.
Okay. And, do you know how the London police, did you dispatch to them requesting assistance and backup?
I don't recall.
Is it something that they just, do they monitor, to your knowledge, do they monitor each other's traffic or anything to?
I don't recall. I don't know if their radio frequencies scan ours or not.
Did you by any chance ever get the name of the officer that came to assist from New London?
I did not.
So, Duke was on scene at the beginning of this situation and, the traffic stop, right?
Correct.
And, there came a time in which, the offender was in custody, right?
Okay.
I'm asking.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, there were, there was no follow-up done by dispatch or any concerns after the offender was taken into custody and the call was cleared.
Can you elaborate?
Well, so I mean, as a dispatcher, you were talking about concerns because you're not sure what's going on, and but by the end of this call, after backup gets there, the end of the call, the offender is in custody. You no longer have any concerns
Over the deputy's safety?
over the deputy's safety or of that call.
The only concern we have at that point is if he has injured himself during the struggle or not.
Okay. Were you made aware of that? Did he talk to you about that, or is that something that's followed up with later?
That's something that he would get checked out either by EMS on the scene or at the hospital. It's not something that deals with dispatch.
Okay. I have nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Starkey, on October 27th or November 8th of 2022, were you aware of any malfunctions regarding the CAD system?
I don't recall in October any specifics. As for November 8th, I'm not aware of any malfunctions.
On those same dates, are you aware of any malfunctions or difficulty using the radio to communicate with deputies?
No.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
May I have the exhibit of the shelter, please?
Both of them?
Yes. Any intention to recall Ms. Starkey this month?
No, Judge.
Freeman?
No, I really should have, thank you.
Ms. Starkey, you're done. Thanks for doing it.
Thank you very much.
Next witness, Mr. Wayne?
Deputy Duke.
Judge, I think there's a request in the.
Oh, yes, Mr. Levin.
After this witness, please, after you go, please.
I'll think about it. Yes, we can do that. Judge, would you rather take your break now?
Yes.
Why don't we do that instead, all right?
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a brief recess till, say 10 o'clock. Before you take the stand, Deputy, we're going to take a brief recess for, we'll call it convenience. Till 10 o'clock.
All rise, please. Sir, I'm going to take you off.
Thank you.
You're on, sir.
Next witness, Mr. Levin?
Here, Duke.
Come forward, please, Deputy.
Right here, please. You swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. So say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please, sir. Your microphone, just speak up.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Mr. Wayne?
Thank you, Judge. Detective, can you please state your name, spell your last name?
Garrett Duke, D-U-D-T-E.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where?
Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
What capacity?
I'm a detective for narcotics.
How long have you been a detective?
About 5 months now.
Prior to that, what was your position with the sheriff's office?
Prior to that, I was on the enforcement division. I worked second shift.
How long were you a deputy?
About 5 years.
So all told, about 5.5 years with the sheriff's office.
Prior to that, I was in the jail for about 2.5 years as a corrections deputy.
Can you describe the training that you received to become a deputy?
So in 2016, I went through the Ohio Peace Officer Academy through North Central State College. I graduated the academy, became a peace officer, and then when I went to the road division, I went through 12 weeks of field training with another deputy and was trained the various duties of the road and patrol division.
That training, did you complete it successfully?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the sheriff's office standard operating procedure manual?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that, detective?
During FTO, this is the manual that basically tells us the do's and don'ts of the job and how to perform duties and various duties of the sheriff's office.
Is that a requirement for all deputies?
Yes.
As of November 8th, 2022, were you current up to date on all of your training requirements?
Yes.
Were you employed and working as a sheriff's deputy on that date?
I was.
Were you dressed in the uniform of the day?
Yes, I was.
Were you equipped with any kind of radio device?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
We have a Marks radio that we use to talk with a mic.
Is there also a radio inside the patrol car that you use?
Yes, there is.
That portable radio, are you required to have that on and on your person the entirety of your shift?
Yes.
Are there any exceptions to that requirement?
No, when you're on duty, your radio has to be on. You got to be listening to it.
What about a body-worn camera?
Yes, we have those as well.
Can you tell us what that is and how it works?
So it's just a camera that's on our chest. You can mount in various ways. We have to manually power it on. So when we go out with a member of the public for a call, we just power it on. It turns on, it'll record the incident. When the incident ends, we power it off, and then we actually take the data from that and then pull it from the body camera to be used in various court and other ways.
One of those would be a trial like this one.
Yep.
Both of those devices, your portable radio and body-worn camera, were they in good working order on November 8th?
Yes, they were.
What was your shift that day?
Second shift.
What was your assigned zone?
I was the north zone,
How many zones were there that day?
3 zones.
What deputies were assigned to the other 2 zones?
Sergeant Benner was the central zone, and Deputy Wendrick was the south zone car.
So Denver Central and Wenrick South.
Yes,
Was there a deputy assigned to a supervisory role?
yes,
Who was that?
that was Sergeant Benner.
Detective, on that date, were you in a marked patrol car?
Yes,
That patrol car had a flashing light on the top of it.
yes.
Detective, what's an MDT?
It's a mobile desktop in our patrol car. It allows us to access leads and data that we need to use to do our job.
Was your patrol car on that date equipped with an MDT?
Yes.
Can you tell us what other information you can receive on that MDT?
We can see all of our units' locations. We can see dispatcher notes. We can see every single call in the county. We can go into those calls and see the details of each call. So basically, everything going on in the county within the sheriff's office, our MDT allows us to access and see.
Mr. Crossman, if you could start that exhibit, please. Stop. Detective, have you reviewed this video?
Yes.
Is that video of the body-worn camera that you had on your person on November 8th?
Yes.
Does it fairly accurately depict the events as they occurred as you saw them on that day?
Yes, it does.
Now, there's a timestamp on there. Is that time accurate to what time of day it is?
I'm looking for it.
If you need to get up, detective, get closer.
Oh, I can see it. No, that's not accurate. That time's not accurate.
Does that sometimes happen when your body camera has been powered off for a significant amount of time?
Yeah, with my body camera, I know I've ran into timestamp issues before with the body camera.
But based on your experience, does it accurately track the minutes and seconds?
Yes, it actually tracks the actual time passing, just the actual time can be inaccurate.
Thank you.
Is this exhibit number what?
Should be 11.
Thank you.
Is that right, Rick?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. If you could play, Mr. Crossman. Is this a traffic stop, detective, that you were on?
Yes, this was on 60 at 224 in Ruggles.
Thank you. That's in County of Ashland.
Yes.
Is someone else in there with you? Oh. Take your license on you? I need you to hand it to me.
Well, I can't.
How do you get out? Okay, I'll come over there. Who's this? Okay, listen. Who is that? Show me your hands. Who is this? Who is this? Huh? What's he got? Show me your hands. Sir, start me over again.
Rick, you stop that. Detective, what did you just do there?
I asked them to start me another unit.
And that's at approximately 23:50:49 in your body cam.
Yes.
Do you say anything after starting another unit?
A priority,
And was there a code that you used for a priority response?
a 10.
Thank you. Rick, if you could start that back.
Show me your hands. Show me. Do not reach down there.
Rick, if you could stop that. Detective, is there something that you saw at that moment?
Yeah, so he was hiding underneath the blanket, and he swung the blanket up, took a silver metallic object, which I thought was a firearm, but I wasn't sure, and he swung it, and then moved underneath the driver's seat.
Okay. That concern you?
Yes,
Is that why you radioed for an additional unit?
yes,
And using that portable radio, who does that communication go to?
dispatch,
Does it also go to the other 2 deputies that are on shift that day?
yes,
And you said a 10 is a priority response.
yes.
Detective, when you're responding to a priority response for an additional unit, are you constrained by any speed limits when you're trying to assist another deputy?
No,
What about traffic control devices?
no,
Are you driving there as fast as you can safely?
yes.
If you'd start that.
What is his name? Tell him to give me an ID. Huh? Well, why is he hiding in the back of your car? What? What's your social? You don't know your social? No. Okay, what's your name? You're not getting out right now. You're not getting out. Now or now. Just keep your hands up. No, you're not coming out of the car. Well, what are you doing? Stop reaching. Stop reaching. I understand. Okay, I understand, but you're hiding behind me. Okay, stop reaching. You can't breathe. Okay, shut up. Shut up. Stop. Stop. Turn around. Turn around. Just need the air. I just need the air. Hold on. I need to tell you something. Let me tell you. Listen. I know. I'm going to jail. I know I have a warrant. Okay. Just let me. I'm going to turn around. I got to say for you. Okay. Let me say. Please. You're good eyes with me. I'm kidding. Let me say. Listen. Let me say.
Stop that.
Listen.
Did your body cam fall off?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
He started pushing against me back and forth. He was, at this point, we were grabbing each other, and we were standing at the car, we were chest to chest. And I think during that pushing, my body camera flew off because it's right around my chest.
Did you also lose your radio at some point?
Yes.
Is that at the same time or another?
No, I think that's later when my radio gets disabled and I can't talk to dispatch.
Thank you.
Oh, you need to stop. Trust me, okay? You need to stop. I have to be later. Okay. Let me pull it out. You're not pulling it out. Lay on the ground. I'm not in the car. Please stop. I understand the tree. I'm going down.
Detective, what's going on right now?
So, he tells me I have a gun. He has a magazine sticking out of his left pocket. And so he grabs the magazine. I grab the magazine. And then he says the gun's in the car. Well, he starts trying to get back into the car to where he's telling me the handgun is while he still has his hand on the magazine. I grab a hold of him. He's telling me he has schizophrenia, then he throws his head back and headbutts me right between the nose. And that's when the fight starts, when we go to the ground. And at that point, all that ruffling is us. We roll around the ground a couple times. He stands up. I lose control of him for a few seconds. He gets back to the driver's door of the car. You can see me bounce off the driver's door because he like pushes me off. He tries to get back into the car. And then I grab him, I wrap him up, I stand him up, walk him away from the car, and then slam him onto the ground to try and handcuff him.
Thank you.
I can't breathe like this. I can't breathe like this. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Help me. Help. I just need help. I can't breathe. Where's the gun?
You stop. Detective, at this point, did you have any idea where the firearm was?
No.
And there's still the driver in the car? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And is she secured by anyone?
No.
Is that a concern for you?
Yes, yes, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Crossman.
Where's the gun? Where's the gun?
Detective, do you have him handcuffed at this point?
Yes. No, I don't believe I have handcuffs yet.
Okay. Please, man. Please.
I need to kiss her. I need to kiss her. I need to kiss her. I need to kiss her.
Rick, can you stop there? Detective, were you trying to transmit radio traffic to the other deputies or dispatch both?
Yes, I was.
Was that going through?
No.
Why is that?
During the fight, my radio was knocked off channel. I could hear it. The people talking on the radio channel weren't from my dispatch, so my radio had been knocked off channel. I actually had to get my cell phone out and call dispatch and tell them what was going on because my radio was getting out.
So everything that you were trying to get back to dispatch about what's going on, none of that's going through?
No, it's not.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What were your intentions with the gun? Honestly, to shoot myself. Were you going to use it on me? No, to shoot myself. Well, I saw you. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know you. I would never shoot you. Why'd you attack me? I pushed you. Yeah, I pushed you because I was scared. I have schizophrenia. Okay, well, you want to attack cops? I didn't mean that like attack. I just like pushed you away. You don't pull gun from cops. I didn't pull it out on you. Well, you had it on you. Yeah, so it's right there, isn't it? On the floor, it's on the other side. What type of gun is it? This is the Western. Hey, ma'am. Can you stop the ground right there? Go with me. Away from the car, please. Come over here. Come over here. Nearly right there. Please give me a kiss.
You stop
I need
it,
one
right?
kiss.
Detective, at this point, looks like 000001. Do you still know where that firearm is located?
No.
Is that the driver that's walking around freely?
Yes, it is.
Did that driver previously lie to you about there being a person in her back seat?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rick.
I need one kiss. I need one kiss. Okay, you need your kiss? Please. Let me get some more cups here, please.
You stop that,
I need one
Rick.
kiss.
You tell the suspect that you need more cops there.
Yes.
Why is that?
I mean, I'm outnumbered at this point. There's still a gun in play. I'm not safe whatsoever. So,
Do you have to keep that suspect that you're wrestling with secured?
yes.
Can you leave him to secure the driver?
No.
And why is that a concern for you?
The male at this point is inherently more a threat because he attacked me, but she can at any point, because it's her boyfriend, go back to the car and grab a firearm, and I'm in a second fight with a gun. So she needs to be secured as well.
Would another unit have been helpful in this situation?
Yes.
Go ahead, Rick.
I just can't. I knew it was going to go for a long time. Can you clear your pockets for me? Please. She's not a bad girl. She's a good girl. She has nothing. Okay. Thank you. That's a good girl. I promise. That's why I moved out here. Where's the needle at? No, that was it. It was the needle. I forgot to take it out. I was there eating. Are these like something? Yes. Both of these things. I think I reached it. Yeah. I just need her. I just need her. Huh? Since there's a guy in the car, I'm just gonna be sitting right there until I can prove otherwise. I sit with her, whether or not you don't quite close to us. What's your no? No, you're not getting up. I don't know. What's your name? Hold on, it's right here. It's right here. Braxton. Braxton. Stop. 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 What? The sound. The sound. Okay, no, stop. 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 Stop the sound. Break down. No, 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 you don't. You don't. No, you don't understand. Okay. No, 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 no. No, no. It's okay. No, no. 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 No, 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 I need her. I need her. I can't see. I need her. No. I can't. It's fine. This is fine. They did. They see me. I see them. No. No. Braxton. My name is Braxton. You attacked me.
Right, can you stop there? Detective, there's some legs in the background there. Is that another deputy?
Yes,
Can you tell us who that is?
that's Sergeant Benner.
Is the timestamp 000200? Is that your accurate?
Yes,
If my math's right, that's 11 minutes and 11 seconds from when you first radioed for an additional unit?
yes.
Go ahead, Rick.
I don't have one. Can you say I don't have one? I'm from Wayne County. Can you say what that one find the gun? It's in the car. Door officer, like I'm fucking
What are you doing here, Detective?
I'm searching for the handgun that he had in the back of the car.
You stop it, right? What was that, Detective?
It's a silver Smith & Wesson 9mm. It was right by the driver's side floorboard on the floor.
Was that where the male suspect was laying earlier?
Yes.
Thank you, go ahead.
Stop. I'm arresting you in a second. I need a breather. It's not loaded. Can I please get my everything I have? You got hunger, pressure. No. You just need to sit right there. I told you I need to practice it. Now. Yeah, practice my first name. Come on. What's my name? What's your name? Braxton Younger. What's your middle name? That's I know. He knows me, I know him. So Braxton. Tell my name. What's your name?
Can you stop right there? Detective, who's that?
That's the New London officer.
Okay. And, did he just arrive there, or was he helping at all before?
Yeah, he did arrive, and he did help with the scene.
Okay. Go ahead, Rick.
You think I would hurt you guys? You demonstrate? I'm just gonna say yes. I don't want to do it anymore. My brother fucking stopped.
Yeah, stop it, Rick. It looks like there was a third patrol vehicle. Was that the New London officer's patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Go ahead. You pause it. Detective, looked like there were 4 individuals. Who was all there?
There's a squad personnel there, Sergeant Benner, and then, I think actually 2 squad personnel, the New London officer, and then Sergeant Benner.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Rick. What are you doing there, Detective?
I'm photographing the magazine that has come out of his pocket during the fight.
Detective, who's that?
That's Deputy Wenner.
Are you aware of the location he responded from to this deal?
Yes.
You'd stop it, right? Where was he coming from?
He was coming from County Road 1095 and Township Road 1806.
Is that near that one?
Yes.
You know where Sergeant Benner was coming from?
Yes.
Where's that?
Her residence from County Road 500 and 511. State Road 511.
Was it a concern for you, the difference in arrival times between Deputy Wenrick and Sergeant Benner?
Yes.
Why is that?
Just because she was so close to me from comparison to where my traffic stop was, and Deputy Wenrick was south of Ashland in the city, or south of Ashland near Midland.
The approximately 11 minutes and 11 seconds that it took from the time that you asked for in addition to the time that Sergeant Benner arrived, is that an acceptable response time?
No.
Why not?
Because of the distance she was from the actual fall.
Okay. Detective, eventually, was that scene secured?
Yes.
Was any arrest made?
Yes.
Finally, Deputy, I'd like to ask you about something different. What's a deer carcass receipt?
Well, it's a receipt we issue for, after we dispatch a deer, if there's a deer carcass, we'll issue it to a person so they can take the deer carcass. It's like a tag.
May I approach that?
Right.
Detective, I've marked this on the back of State's Exhibit 12. Can you tell us what that is?
This is the deer carcass receipt.
What information is required to fill out that form?
Well, you just put the date, the county, Ashland County for us, the agency issuing the deer receipt to the person, the sex of the deer. If it's a buck, you have to put the amount of points on the receipt. The person receiving the deer, the crash report number or incident number that you're giving someone a deer receipt for, and then just their address, and then you just issue it back to them.
And looks like there's two parts to it. Is there a copy on the back, the yellow part?
Yes. One goes to the person receiving the deer for their records, and then one goes to us for our records. That's submitted to DNR.
Detective, over the course of your career, the Sheriff's Office, have you had occasion to respond to calls and issue deer carcass receipts?
Yes.
You have an approximate number of times that you've done this?
Dozens of times. I've issued a lot of them.
What's an appropriate amount of time to fill out that tag and give it to someone?
Objection as to appropriate amount of time. Again, ask how long it takes him. But I don't know if there's an appropriate amount of time that's supposed to be.
I was just saying that based on foundation.
All right, in filling out the deer carcass receipts over the course of your career, what's an average amount of time you take to fill one of those out?
Just a couple minutes. You just write that information and give it back to them.
And is there a place on that requires the deer recipient's signature?
Yes.
Where is that?
That's for the, no, there's not.
So there's no place that asks for the recipient's signature. Have you ever, in all the times that you've issued deer carcass receipts, asked for a signature?
No.
Detective, what priority level is assigned to a deer carcass receipt?
It's some of the lowest priority calls that we have.
And in fact, can someone bring a deer on station to get a receipt issued?
Yeah, as long as they can show proof of a deer carcass and what it's related to, you can issue a receipt on the side of the road at a residence at station. We've issued to them in various locations.
The form that I've marked as State's Exhibit 12, is that a standard form for the Sheriff's Office to use?
Yes.
And is that what all deputies should use when issuing a deer carcass receipt?
Yes.
Has that form changed in the past 3 years?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. When you were, before you made this, decided to make this car stop that we have the video on, you were on the phone talking with Deputy Renwick, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what were you guys talking about?
Oh, we just talk on the phone when we're working.
Okay. And so you made him aware that you were making this traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're, I guess, as a deputy, you have had the occasion to, I guess, work in all zones of the county, is that correct?
From day to day, yes.
And let's go back to, I'm a little confused. You said you started 2 years in the jail, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then were you 5 years on the road before your recent, before you did the detective's office?
Yeah, about 5 years, year and 5.
Okay. So altogether then we're talking about 7.5 years or so, give or take.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. And those 5 years on the road, were those all on second shift?
Except about 10 months, yes.
And during your time out on the roads in all different zones of Ashland, did there come times in which your radio, you may lose radio contact or it doesn't work? Or
Yes.
dead zones and stuff?
Yes, there are dead zones in the county.
Okay. And that also applies to your, the cab and stuff you get in your car. If the internet gets knocked out or you get, your GPS gets unplugged?
Yes.
Okay. And after making this car stop, you made the approach, and why wasn't the, I guess it looked as if there was tape or something over the door and the window when you approached the driver's side on that car?
Yeah, the whole passenger's, or the whole driver's side of the back door and front door was like completely taped shut with clear tape. There was no windshields there like busted out, and it was just clear tape over all of it.
And at the time, I guess I just want to kind of, you weren't aware that somebody was in the back seat until after you went and got your flashlight and went over to the other side?
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony, you were talking with the driver. Now, when you ordered the individual to come out from underneath the blanket, is that when you're saying that you saw something silver?
Yes, first he was curled up, like right inside the door on the passenger side. He then pushed away from me to the other side of the car, and when he pushed away, I saw a silver metallic object come across and then go underneath, right near the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Okay. So it wasn't like in his waistband or something, you see it?
It was so quick, I'm not sure where it originated from. It was just a flash,
Okay.
and it was gone again.
And was it at that time that you drew your weapon?
Yes, when I saw that, I thought it was a firearm, but it was so quick I wasn't sure, and then it was gone again. But it just based on all my knowledge and experience, I thought it was a firearm, but I wasn't sure at that time.
Okay. And but there came a time while you were still telling him you wanted to see his hands that you then went ahead and holstered your weapon again, correct?
Yes.
Okay. and you're still talking to him with your flashlight in one hand, and I think you have a notepad.
Yes.
Something you're trying to get information on who he is and whatnot.
Yep.
Okay. And he's asking to get out of the car. He's saying he can't breathe, he wants to get out of the car because he knows you've got a warrant, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't want to get him out of the car yet?
Not
Put
yet.
him in the car.
Correct.
And at this point, when you make the call, I think you said, start me another unit. And then do you say 10 after that?
Yes, I said start me another unit, and then I believe I said 10.
Okay. And we've heard earlier that 10 means send assistance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it always mean priority, lights and sirens get here, or does it just mean send me somebody?
How we worked on second, how I was trained, if you need help, that's not priority. You would say something like, turn when you're available, have another unit. If a deputy gets on the radio and says, I need a 10, I need a 10, that is priority, that is, you need to get there.
Okay.
It's how you say it, is how dispatch, how much help you need. It's either, can you send me another unit when there's time, or I need a 10, that means I need priority help.
Okay, so you say, start me another unit, 10. Okay. But you haven't said anything about possible gun or anything like that over the radio?
No.
Okay. So it goes out. As we sit here right now, do you have any idea how the New London police even got called over there?
Yes,
How did that happen?
they were scanning.
They were what?
So we can scan in our vehicles, we can scan other people's traffic in other counties, and it'll come through on our radio. So that night when I was talking to him, once he showed up, he heard what was happening, and they started coming as well.
Okay. But did you at any time tell dispatch that?
No.
So, and in the back seat, we see on the video, he's lifting his shirt, he's showing you there's nothing right there, took everything out of his pockets. And then you go ahead and have him get out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he gets out, and he's telling you, I can't breathe, I need to breathe, I think he's talking about, I need to sit with me. But before that, he starts reaching and he's taking his necklace off. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So he basically saying, hey, I gotta take this off, I know I'm going to jail, right?
Yes.
And at that point in the car, you didn't see the gun, right?
No.
All right. And that's when this tussle happens with him wanting to sit down, and then I believe we lose video feed, but you indicate that's when you guys are tussling around, correct?
Yes.
Do you end up, because I think in the video it shows when after this is all over and you go pick up that magazine that you said was in his pants.
Mm-hmm.
Was it out on the other side of the street?
No, it was probably a couple of feet from me on the ground.
Okay, so it wasn't out past the vehicles?
No, it wasn't out, it was probably a couple of feet from him.
Okay. And you then indicated that it was your concern that he was trying to get back into the car on the driver's side. That's where the gun was.
Wait, he would have to go back in through the paddock, but yes, to get to where the gun was found on the driver's side, yes.
Right, but I guess I'm just trying to, your testimony was he was trying to get in on the driver's side of the car. That's when you were concerned.
Yes.
Okay, but that side was all taped up. He couldn't get in that way.
No, he could still get back into the car.
Oh, from the driver's side?
No, from the passenger side.
Okay, so you're set going around. Okay. But you prevented, he didn't even get close to going into the car. You had him stopped and handcuffed then at the back of the car.
You mean after he was secured?
When you were secured, that's what I'm saying. When you secured him, you guys were at the back end of the car.
Yes.
Okay. And when you secured him, had the New London officer, was he there yet when you handcuffed him?
No.
Okay, so nobody was there.
when I was securing him, to this day, I don't know who it was, but a random citizen rolled up while I was securing him, helped like me really fast. You hear him say, "You okay? You good, man?" And he just rolls out. So that was the only
So you never
person.
got any, okay. And, how long after you get him secured does the new London officer show up?
I believe he showed up around the time Sergeant Benner did.
Okay. So when you testified that the New London officer had been there and assisting you at the scene, because we see him on the video walking in after Sergeant Benner's already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he hadn't been there before that you could recall?
No.
Okay. And after you had, him secured, you then, I guess, is there a time on the video you can actually hear you putting the handcuffs on?
I believe so. You can hear it at some point in the video.
All right. Maybe we'll go ahead and rewind it.
Sure. Especially if you use just in there.
Which number are you using?
I'm sorry.
There's a status bar number and then there's a code number.
Start the status bar.
Okay, the status bar is stopped at 8810.
Okay, on the, I'm using this, there,
Go where?
to the time being 23:53. He said the status bar was at 18.
2358.
23:53. That's okay. Right there's good. That's good. Oh, before that. I'm sorry. Yeah. I need it before 23:54.
I really can't breathe. Dude, I need more units. I can't breathe.
2353.
That's good. That's good. Stop that, right there. Did you hear your handcuffs click there?
Yes.
Okay. And just before that, we hear you asking for the other units to come.
Yes.
Okay. And that, you said, was on your cell phone?
At this point in the fight, I believe I'm still trying to radio out, but I'm
Okay.
figuring out that I'm not getting out.
Okay.
There's later, I make a phone call, and I call dispatch because I'm not getting out on my radio. I think when I'm asking for, I'm like, I need more units, I'm keying up on my radio, but I'm not.
That's not going
No.
anywhere. Okay. And at this point, you haven't heard anything back over dispatch either?
No.
Back to you?
No.
Okay. And from the time that you send the other units 10?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, go ahead and keep playing, please. So he's already cuffed, right? At this point? He's not?
I had one handcuff for quite a while.
Okay.
At this point, he wasn't secured. I had like one handcuff, and he's laying. I'm telling him to lay on his stomach because he's laying on his other hand.
Okay.
He's like laying sideways on the ground. I have one cuff on. I'm trying to get him fully secured, and I'm telling him to lay on his stomach so I can get his other hand behind him.
Okay, go ahead, keep playing, please.
I can't breathe like this. I can't breathe like this. Okay, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Help me. I can't. Oh, I just need help.
You can stop there. Is that the second handcuff?
You should, at some point, you can hear someone's voice, and it's a passerby. That's right when that passerby is talking. That's when I get the other cuff on.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly when I got him handcuffed.
But you did, I just wondered if you heard the cuff.
Yeah, I heard it. I hear him moving. I'm just not sure I'm not sure at this point if I'm getting him actually handcuffed.
Okay. Can you go ahead and keep playing, please? Okay, stop there. Would that be
Right there,
finishing the cuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's at 2354, correct?
Yes.
So at 2354, you have him secured. Him.
Well, he's handcuffed. He's not secured.
Okay, he's handcuffed, sitting on the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, can you go ahead and keep playing, please?
Where's the gun? Where's the gun? Where's the gun?
Okay, stop right there. That hearing that male to speak, are you good now? Are you good
Yep.
now? Is that the citizen?
That's the passerby.
Okay. So, he then leaves?
Yep.
Right, okay. And at this point, where's the female?
At this point, she's still sitting in the car, and then she exits the car to come to him.
Okay. Well, you order her out, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, and she sits down on the grass?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and keep playing, please.
I'm sick. I'm sick. You're going to your car. Can't breathe. I can't breathe. You're okay. You're okay. I have. I can't breathe. I can't get up. I can't. You're fine. You're fine. I can't breathe. I cannot breathe. I have got my nose, sir. Still getting this.
Can you stop right there? So he was still actually laying on his stomach during that time, or he wasn't sitting up yet? You still had made him handcuffed, continue to lay on his stomach?
During this, he was still moving around some. He was breathing hard. He was yelling that he couldn't breathe. He was moving all over the place. He wasn't just still calm. He would sit up and fall down and then move over, and he really wasn't in one position the entire time.
But I guess I'm just wondering from what you said there, you ordered him to go stay on his stomach.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can you start playing again, please? Okay, stop there. So when you said that it's due to any more units, I got to nail down. Is that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're asking him where the gun is, he tells you it's in the car, right?
Yes.
And so at this point, you have him handcuffed. You have her sitting on the grass where you could see her.
Yes.
And did OSP ever show up?
No.
Okay. And when did you call Deputy Wyrick at any time throughout this?
He was on the phone, because they were talking on the phone prior to the traffic stop. And then the phone call ended, and then I called dispatch. I didn't call him after.
Okay.
I didn't call him after I called dispatch. I just
Okay.
waited for units.
Then, so he was not made aware by you that you needed assistance?
Not by me directly, no.
Okay. And during this time, are you, I guess the Attorney Malone had asked whether or not, while this was happening, you had concerns because it was Sergeant Benner wasn't there as fast as you believe she could have been because she was so close. Do you
Yes.
recall that? And is it your testimony that during all this going on, that you were even aware to yourself where Sergeant Benner was?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew where Wyrick was, right?
Yes.
And you got back with dispatch over the telephone, right?
Yes.
To send more units. What did they tell you?
I can't recall exactly, but they said something along the lines like, yes, there's units coming.
Okay, so they told you units were coming.
Yeah, they acknowledged me.
Okay. And, was there, I guess, in your experience, I believe you testified earlier that there are times when you get a dead spot with your radio and you don't get the traffic.
Yes.
Okay. And when that happens, is it commonplace for dispatch to call you directly to see why you didn't respond?
They'll usually get on the radio and say, are you clear on that traffic?
Okay. And if you come back and say, what's the location, where am I supposed to go? Does that imply you didn't get it the first time? Is there times that happens? You didn't hear the first call out?
You shouldn't usually have to, I guess in my experience, you have your MDT, you can look at the call. And you can see where the call is. It's right on our MDTs, the address of the call is shown directly on our MDT. And you can look at it and know exactly where it's at. You shouldn't have to ask dispatch, unless you don't have a computer, I guess.
Yeah, like maybe you're lunch and you're not in your car?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you don't hear the radio traffic, then you're not going to know what's going on at that point. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And if dispatch follows up and you indicate and ask where's they at, would that be an appropriate response?
Yeah, yeah.
If dispatch, okay, did you get the traffic? Did you hear that?
Well, if I heard something if I heard something going on, I'd walk out to my car and I would look at my MDT and see what's going on.
That's if you heard it.
Yeah.
Okay. Lunch, let's talk about, as a police officer, you have, your uniform of the day, right?
Yes,
And you have, a vest you have to wear? How
yes.
heavy is that vest?
Probably 25, 30 pounds.
Okay. And you have a belt, utility belt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that it takes a couple minutes if you don't have your belt on or your vest? It takes a few minutes to get all that on?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. You're at lunch or you're in the bathroom? Would you agree that it takes several minutes to try to get that on?
Again, it depends on the situation.
Okay. Obviously, you're not a female, so you're not sure exactly how, I guess, the vest affects that, right? Or how easy or hard it is to put on or off.
I'm not.
Or the belt.
I'm not.
Okay. So, at this particular call, Sergeant Benner does arrive, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it appears she's the first one there behind, maybe, was there EMS there that was sent?
Yes.
When did they arrive?
I would say around the same time Sergeant Benner in London did, maybe a little bit before.
Okay. So you have a lot of backup all coming about the same time.
Within a few minutes, yeah.
Okay. And as soon as Sergeant Benner gets there, your indication is, hey, can you watch it? You basically have her assisting you at that point, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you then go and collect the gun, right?
Yes.
Which was wrapped in the blanket in the back of the driver's seat, in the back seat.
It was under the blanket.
Okay. Where is that? Oops. Anyway, so you secure that?
Yes.
Right? And there are several law enforcement walking around at this point, right?
Yes.
That are there. And is it you that eventually talks to the young lady?
Yes, I do talk to her.
Okay. While all along everybody's there, is she ever taken into custody or anything, or she just remains sitting on the hill?
Once more units get there, someone's with her, and then we're just processing the scene, but she's never handcuffed or taken into custody.
Okay. And in fact, you released her from the scene that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree with me that your actions that evening halted or prevented the commission of crime? You made sure the gun wasn't used, you stopped any traffic offense. At the end of that night, you had halted the commission or prevented additional crimes in your arrest.
Yes.
Okay. And you apprehended the offender, arrested him, got taken into custody, right?
Yes.
And you made arrangements or spoke with the young lady and released her from the scene without charges or an arrest,
Yes.
right? Okay. And that night, it was your, you indicated that you thought that the offender in custody should go to jail, right?
Yes.
Because of his actions.
Correct.
But didn't Cindy Benner talk to you about, question whether or not the jail would accept him, and because of the altercation, he probably should get cleared to the hospital first?
Yes.
Okay. Did you follow through and follow her, her directives that night? Or did you have him taken to jail?
I don't recall.
Well, didn't you have to follow up the case?
I remember he was taken to jail. I don't remember if he was cleared at the hospital, if the jail staff would do it. I don't remember exactly.
So you didn't take him to jail?
I believe Deputy Winter did.
Deputy Ringwick?
I believe so.
Okay. But as we sit here today, you're saying you don't know whether or not you followed those directives?
Well, I believe on scene the squad was there to assist with medical attention. Is that what you're...
Well, no, I'm asking, on the video, you hear her tell you that the jail won't accept and that he needs to get cleared by the hospital, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just asking you, did you follow that directive?
Well, the squad would have treated him on scene.
So that's no, you didn't have to go to the hospital.
No.
Okay. And you were the one in charge of that call, that's your call.
Parts, yes.
But I mean, that's your case.
The case is mine, yeah.
You're in charge.
Yes.
Right? Of that case.
Yes.
And then you have Cindy as a supervisor there assisting you.
Yes.
Okay. And there actually comes a time, before, the backup gets to you that you send out, basically send out that, I don't need anybody else except just the sheriff's office follow up, kind of like I've got it under control. Do you recall doing that?
Well, not that I got under control, just that we should have enough units coming based on how many are working.
Okay. Or basically, I have a male 21. What does that mean?
A male's under arrest in custody.
Okay. And from there, you indicate I just need SO units. You can disregard anyone else.
Yes.
Right. And would it make sense, or if you can remember, I can play it, that would have happened about 23:58? You had custody at 23, looks like 57, 54, 55.
Yes.
You contact them that quickly?
Yes.
Okay. And then using those time parameters at 23:58, and then, New London and Cindy then arrived just after, it would have been midnight, so just a couple minutes later. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, any idea why that reads, that this happened almost at midnight instead of 8 o'clock or whatever it is?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And, back now just a minute. Sure. You indicated earlier that OSP didn't show up, you recall, right?
Yes.
But if on the video, Trooper Cornwell shows up and is talking to you and says that he's gonna remain and help you finish the case out?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so OSP did also show up?
They were disregarded. He just like showed up. But they were like disregarded from dispatch, I guess.
Okay, so you heard or that's what you meant when you called them and?
Yes.
Okay,
disregarded them, and he still showed up.
okay.
Just by,
And was that done over your radio? Had you worked that out yet, or was that on the cell phone again?
I'd have to re-listen to it. I'm not sure exactly what I said on the phone.
Okay. So you did, but Cornwell stayed and assisted you the rest of that call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware, him staying to assist, was a request made by your sergeant that night?
No,
You don't recall that, or that's not true?
I don't recall.
Okay. But that would be something your supervisor would do if they thought you needed help while they went back on shift, or back to regular duties?
Yes.
Okay. And, as the officer in charge of this case, did you ever get the contact information for that New London officer?
Well, we would be able to reach him through dispatch.
Well, did you get his name?
Mine, no.
That wasn't put in your report?
I don't believe so.
And wasn't a lot of the importance of him being there, was he actually knew Braxton? He knew the kid?
Yes.
And he knew his mental health history?
Yes.
And in fact, I believe he was giving you information about Bolo's on his mental health and a possible suicide.
Yes.
Okay. And he did indicate to you that his plan with the gun was to kill himself.
Yes.
Did you ever follow up with any of that information you asked the officer to send you?
Me personally, no.
Okay. But didn't you indicate that, you have to ask Cindy for the fax number so he could fax the information to you for your report?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
But you don't believe that's something important to put into this case?
What's the relevance of that? I'm just curious.
This just how he's finishing up. I'll withdraw that.
I don't believe it's relevant.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
You redirect? Just a couple, Judge. Detective, you were asked about getting the second handcuff on the male suspect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked if, at that point, he was then secure.
Yes.
Tell us why he's not secure at that point.
So he's just handcuffed. He is not secured whatsoever. He needs to be in the back of a cruiser that's locked for him to be secured. He can still get up, run. He's still a liability at this point. Just because his handcuff doesn't make him not dangerous.
And if he's not secure, is the scene in any way secure?
No, it was not.
You were asked when you radioed for 10, I think your response was that did not go to Deputy Wenrick. Is that accurate?
He would have received it on his radio.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, that's my question.
Yeah, he would have gotten it on his radio. He would have heard that.
There was also some questions about a vest in a utility belt.
Yes.
Is that something that's commonly worn by a deputy when they're on duty?
Yes.
You were asked if that takes a couple minutes to put on, and you said that depends on the situation.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So if I'm just going home and eating dinner and there's no calls pending, I might be a lot slower. It would take 3-4 minutes to put my stuff on. If I figure out there's an officer that needs help, it would take me seconds to put my stuff on and get out the door because someone needs help. So it just depends on if it's priority or not. If you need to be in a hurry, then you can put your vest and duty belt on a lot faster than if you're not.
You said seconds. You got an estimate of how many seconds that would take?
I would say 30 seconds. I mean, it clips on real quick. You throw your vest on right over your head and strap it, you're gone. I mean,
How long was Sergeant Better on scene?
just a few minutes. I believe we had another call that she ended up leaving too.
Any issue with her performance after she arrived to assist you?
No, I have no issues with, after she got there, I have no issues with what she did or how she did her duties once she's there.
It's just the amount of time that she took to get there.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
You don't anticipate recalling Detective D this month?
No.
Okay, ma'am.
Your Honor, I need to see that record.
All right, you remain under subpoena, Deputy. You may stand out at this point, and you're excused. Next witness, Mr. Jones? Sergeant Saylor. Mr. Cochran?
Right here, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please, sir.
Fire this one.
Thank you, Sergeant. Can you please state your name, spell your last
Daniel Saylor, S-A-Y-L-O-R.
name? You employed?
Yes, at the Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
What capacity?
I work for the Enforcement Division, so I patrol the roads and respond to calls.
What's your rank?
I'm a sergeant right now.
When did you get promoted to sergeant?
About 5 months ago, maybe 6.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office in total?
Approximately 8 years.
Sorry.
About 8 years.
Can you describe the training that you received to become a deputy?
You go through the standard Ohio Peace Officer Academy. At that time, I think it was about 650 hours. Once you graduate that, depending on what department you get hired on, you go through their training. I started out in the jail, so I did training in the jail, went to the jail academy, moved to the road. I did training for the road, which is approximately 12 weeks. And then every year you have to do continued professional training after that.
Did you complete that training successfully, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the Sheriff's Office Standard Operating Procedure Manual?
Fairly well, we just changed things around, but yes.
Okay. How did you become familiar with that?
We have to review the policies every so often. We just switched to a different company, Lexipol, so we would have to actually go through, read them, and acknowledge everyone as we went through them.
Is that a requirement for deputies?
Yes.
As of October 27th of last year, were you current and up to date on all your training requirements?
Yes, sir.
Were you employed and working as a sheriff's deputy on October 27th?
Yes, sir.
Dressed in the uniform of the day?
Yes, sir.
Were you equipped with any kind of radio device?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that is?
I have a standard portable radio that I'm usually wearing on my vest. I think we had outer vests at that time. So I usually have my portable radio here, and then in my car we have mobile radios inside of our vehicles as well.
Sergeant, when you're on duty, you're required to have a radio at all times?
Yes.
Any exceptions to that?
No.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I believe we should have had cameras at that time.
Do you recall your shift on the 27th of October?
That was a good while ago. I remember some of it. I reviewed the call. So I remember the call itself, but I don't remember the whole day.
Okay. What was your assigned zone?
I would have been the north car that day.
Do you know the deputies assigned to the other two zones?
I don't remember who all was on duty.
Were you the marked patrol car?
Yes, sir.
I have at least one flashing light on the top, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
What's an MDT?
It'd be our mobile computer system in the car. Essentially, it's a laptop nowadays that is hooked up to the internet, and you log on to whatever platform your agency is using. We're currently using Zerker, and it will display who's working, their locations. We have tracking in there, and then it will show calls. A lot of different features that'll show many different things depending on how you have it configured.
Sergeant, on October 27th, were you dispatched to a domestic violence call?
Yes, sir.
And for Sheriff's Office procedure, is that a deputy response?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware of the circumstances of that call?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what were they?
The caller claimed to have been getting choked by her husband and threatened, so usually that's a priority response, and I started that way in a priority manner.
Does that mean immediately?
Yes.
What was the location?
It was in Sullivan. Box number was 263 from 58.
Okay. Did any other deputies respond?
I believe I had to call for State Highway Patrol for backup.
So no deputies responded, you asked OSP to back you up?
Correct.
Were you aware of Sergeant Benner's location at the time you were responding to that mistake?
I was.
How were you aware?
I drove past her when I was on my way to the call.
And where was she?
She was sitting on the southwest corner of Savannah. Is kind of funny because it has 4 main streets. But she was sitting on the corner, southwest corner of Main Street in Maine in Savannah.
The Main Street.
It was Main and Maine. They have a north, east, south, and west Main Street. It's kind of silly.
Thank you. And Sergeant, deputies that are employed by the Sheriff's Office, they're encouraged to attend special details like the fair or trick or treat or some school functions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what's the Sheriff's Office policy on keeping your radio on during those special details?
If you're working, your radio should probably be on. When I'm on details personally, I will wear mine and have it on if I'm inside, say, a football game or a basketball game or something like that.
Okay. Next call, Sergeant, is November 2nd of 2022. Were you employed and working as a sheriff's deputy?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Dressed in uniform today?
Yes, sir.
Same radio, same body cam?
Correct.
Do you recall your shift?
I believe there was overtime that day. So Sergeant Hale, Sergeant Benner, and myself were all working. And I believe, again, I was the north car that day.
Thank you. Marked patrol car with flashing light on top?
Yes, sir.
On that date, were you dispatched to a call pertaining to a male threatening suicide with a firearm?
I was not actually dispatched to it.
Were you made aware of that call?
When I saw the call come up, I understood that was a 2-man priority call because of the threats of having a firearm and suicide. So when I saw that call come up, I started to drive that direction, and I was attached to the call and responded to it.
How did you become aware of that call?
I believe I just read the call, and a call can pop up on the computer system MVT you're talking about.
Yep.
So when I read the details of it, I realized that it was a pretty serious suicidal threat and responded.
Do you recall the location of that, Sergeant?
It was on 250 North, just north of the city. 1135 was the box number on that one.
What zone is that location?
That would be the central car zone. If there's only 2 cars working, it could be a north car zone.
Was Sergeant Benner assigned to the central zone?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall your location when you responded to that call?
I was on 511, I believe, between County Road 500 and 620.
That'd be east of Savannah?
Yes, kind of central of the county, and about halfway between the city and the county line.
Do you recall your response time from the time you saw the call to your arrival?
I'd have to look at the call log, which I have here in front of me if you want me to look.
If you could, that would refresh your recollection, Sergeant.
So I told them I was going en route at 23:20, which would be 11 o'clock at night, so 11:20. And then I responded got on scene at 11:27, so 7 minutes.
Thank you. When you arrived, were there any other deputies on site?
No, I was the first deputy there.
Did any deputies arrive after you?
Sergeant Hale arrived a few minutes after I did.
Did he stay on scene until the call was cleared?
Yes.
So did you stay on scene until the call was cleared?
Yes, sir.
At any point during the call, did Sergeant Benner arrive on scene to assist?
No.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Russ?
Yes, thank you. Those standard operating procedures that you said, there's a new company now, when did that happen?
Within this last year, they changed to Lexipol, which is commonly used. You'd have to talk to the chief deputy about exactly when. But the policies needed updated, and then instead of paying, I would assume, tons of overtime for one of the admin to retype them, they had this company do it. Now it's all online, and you can review them through a computer or phone.
Okay, so you don't know who if Chief Deputy Blank indicated he wrote the SOPs that made them before this new thing last year.
The two calls that I was called here for, these occurred prior to that change to the new policies.
Okay. In November, or October 27th, and see your exhibit that you were referring to.
It's just the call for service that we would print out as well as the dispatch location, time, submit the details that we would have printed out.
And this is the one, November, that you believe you were.
This is November.
You're October. You're right. You're absolutely right. October 27th. You said you were north zone. Why does it say south zone there?
I'm not sure. That could have been from the newer dispatcher on there.
Okay, that could be a mistake.
Or I might have even been assigned to the south zone, but if I was responding to a call in Sullivan, I assume it's probably because I was a north car.
Okay. And that, on that call sheet, that came out as a disturbance, right?
Not necessarily. I can't remember for sure what it came out as. With the call details, the way they started is dispatch entered them here, which would have stated complainant advised husband choked her. These are things that the dispatcher is putting in. Mm-hmm. Husband possibly intoxed. With the choking of a wife, it would have been a domestic violence. Because I got there and they did not want to talk to me, they did not admit that anything occurred. All three parties that were there said nothing happened. Okay. We will change that call to say like a disturbance.
Okay, so actually on the front of this command log, dispatchers, or you have the ability to go in and change what initially was put in there?
We do, yes.
Okay. And on this particular date, you indicated that you arrived before Sergeant Hale did? Or no, you were there by yourself on that one, right?
For the Sullivan call, I believe I arrived first, and I had to call for State Highway Patrol to come back me up because the limited people working in that area.
Okay.
Again, domestic violence typically a two-person call, so we would try to have at least somebody on the way to help you.
Okay. And Cindy Benner was your sergeant that night, correct?
Correct.
And wasn't it her informing dispatch to send OSP to help you?
Yeah, I'd have to listen to the radio calls again. That's possible. I'm not sure.
Isn't that normally what the supervisor would do if they weren't going? Or they would be there?
If I hadn't have asked for somebody myself, more than likely, yeah.
Okay. And those special details, deputy get paid, right? Extra for it if it's not on your time.
If you're not on duty, correct, yes.
But if you are on duty, it's the job of the sergeant of that shift to make sure those are covered, right?
Probably their responsibility, not necessarily that they have to do it themselves, but yes.
They have to make sure somebody does it.
Right.
It's their responsibility.
Yep.
Okay. And when you, did OSP come to assist you, or did you call them off?
They did arrive. I believe I might have actually said that I was okay and I was going to leave, but they did arrive on scene with me.
Okay. And that, you made contact with the complainants, right?
Correct.
And, that interaction either stopped a crime from happening or halted whatever was going on, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Because they all said, everything's good, they had to leave.
Yeah, the complainant said that she did not call and that everything was okay, but obviously it was her phone number that called 911.
Okay. But you cleared the call with no charges, right?
Correct.
And went back to regular duty.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And is it your understanding that the sergeant on the shift, now that you are sergeant, basically has the supervisory responsibilities for that new shift?
For what part of?
A
Can you
sergeant
clarify
is
the
a
question?
supervisor on a shift.
Yes, yes,
And they have supervisory duties, basically.
Correct.
Above just regular deputy duties.
correct,
And as part of that supervisor duty, they have discretion, right?
correct.
And that discretion is to direct other cars or other backup if that's what they determine is appropriate.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And let's look at November 2nd, 2022. I guess your CFS report indicates that that was a welfare check. Is that correct?
Correct.
And, but you're saying that on the CAD is when they actually put in details that this was a male sending pictures to a female, right?
Correct.
And was this dispatched directly to you?
No, it was not.
Okay. Who was it dispatched to?
It would have been Sergeant Hale.
Okay. And were you aware at the time of the dispatch that Sergeant Hale had already been there earlier in the day?
Yes,
Had already dealt with the civil standby with these people?
yes.
Okay. Now, with you being sergeant now, is that something that would, I guess, make sense to have the same officer, same deputy go back to handle a situation that they'd already been at earlier in the day?
Situation depending. Sometimes, yes, that would be appropriate. Other times, it would be whoever's available, whoever's closest. It depends on essentially the threat of life, threat of property, the nature of the call that would determine that.
Okay, well, in this call came in, they dispatched it directly to Sergeant Hale, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Sergeant Hale goes out, then you were free to attend
Yes,
as well? Okay. So you follow up too. When you arrive, how much longer, I guess, how far behind was Sergeant Hale getting there than you?
It'd be in the call log, I believe, just a few minutes.
So did you make contact with them, or did you wait for Sergeant Hale?
I was attempting to make contact. I don't believe he came directly out on my first attempt.
Okay. So you, despite it being I guess you said a two-car or a two-deputy call, you didn't wait for backup, you just went ahead and started the call?
I was essentially going to back up Sergeant Hale, and I happened to arrive first.
Okay.
And due to the threat of life, yeah, I tried to make contact.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't successful. Sergeant Hale gets there, he was successful, right?
I'd have to look back at the body camera. One way or another, the gentleman came out and spoke with us.
So there was body camera available on this?
I'm not, do you guys have any body camera for that event?
I'm not.
So if there's not, if we had body cameras at this time, if there's no case, we had this similar issue recently in a different crash that I had in Common Pleas. I will download that body camera footage nightly. You plug it in, it downloads that footage. If you don't save it to a specific case or anything, there's no criminal charges for this, so we did not. Probably only got saved for about 90 days, and then you'd have to ask the IT guy what happens to it after that, if it automatically purges from the system or whatnot. So if we had body camera footage, anytime we interact with the public, there would have been body camera.
But it wouldn't have been saved at this point, at least you didn't make any effort to.
With no criminal case, I would not have saved it for the case.
Okay. And, apparently you just indicated that no arrests were made.
Correct.
He indicated he wasn't suicidal or homicidal,
He
right?
claimed to us that he was not suicidal or homicidal at that time.
He was just trying to get back in his ex.
Pretty much, he said it was a scare tactic, essentially.
Okay. Was it you that offered and recommended marriage counseling and gave your business card?
Yes,
Okay. So you struck up a rapport with this individual?
attempted, yeah.
Okay. And, at the end of that call, basically, you halted any commission of an offense, right?
Correct.
There were no charges filed.
Nope.
Right. Call was cleared, and there were no issues, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, just wording, I just want to make sure and get straight. You indicated that you guys are the Zerker. Is that what you're referring to as the computer in the car?
Yes,
You call it?
so looking at, this is the call for service report essentially. I don't know if I have to show that to you guys or not. This system, Zerker, is the platform on the computer that would populate the calls, dispatch generates the calls. That's how we would fill out the calls in our cars when we're done with them. There's a lot of different features on there. You can pull up a map and so forth, but it is the system that we use to, for our dispatching and holding calls.
Okay. And with that system, and you've been out and around in the county, there are times that you lose internet, right?
Correct.
And when you lose internet, you don't have access to that system. It kind of freezes till you get it back. again,
Usually
right?
it freezes, yeah.
Okay. And when it does freeze, the screen remains where it is until it comes back on, and then it jumps to where it should be in real
Correct.
time, right?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And same with radios. You have dead spots for your radios around the county, right?
There are about 3 that I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
There are difficult times.
Okay. And the GPS that gets plugged in to your in-car computer,
Yes.
when that gets knocked out or gets pulled out, that also shuts down that system as it relates to being able to see where people are and things of that nature.
Right.
Okay. And it is, I guess especially as a sergeant, that calling for backup to other agencies is a normal and practical need for the sheriff's office, especially in second shift, right?
Very much usually, for a long time, we only had 2 deputies minimum working the road, so one car would start at the city and go north, one car would start at the city and go south, and that's all you had. So if the south car was busy in Perrysville handling something and you had a 2-man call up north, you had to call for somebody.
And
Recently,
that's I'm sorry, go ahead. finish.
Recently, they've upped our minimum to 3 people to try to alleviate that, so you had a central car that could go both ways to back up.
And that was around June of 22-ish, does that sound about right? Or is it more recent than that?
I couldn't give you an exact date on that. I know the call with the male threatening suicide, there were 3 of us working that night, so 3 might have been our minimum for that night.
Okay.
I believe Sergeant Hale was on overtime that night.
And that was in November 22, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, give me a second, possible question. As the sergeant makes the calls at times to delegate cars to go certain places, right?
Correct.
Or delegate calling in for additional assistance.
Right.
I can just hold it. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Just one. Sergeant, you were asked about discretion on cross.
Yes.
Does that discretion include choosing to hand out candy over responding to a woman being choked by her husband?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anticipate recalling this witness?
No.
Chair,
No, Your Honor, thank
can
you.
you stand down, Sergeant? You are excused.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next one, what do you think, Mr. Mullen? Brutal name.
Probably a time to break.
How many you have?
Let me see here. I think. I've got 3.
And no real short ones.
No, they're probably going to take a little bit. Detective Dawson's probably going to be the longest one, but I've got him last.
All right, then I think we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay,
Mr. Strauss, would you see the jury, please?
You are next in line, sir. All rise for the jury, please.
Please seated, everyone. Any other issues to the state?
No.
Cassie?
No.
All right, thank you both. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. I'm going to go work on jury instructions, and I should have a draft for y'all to look at.
Sir, you have a record?
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, could you distribute these? Count here. Thank you. Would you return the jury, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
You see it, everyone. Mr. Long, I think you were about to call your next witness.
Sergeant Hale. Judge.
Sergeant, come forward, please.
Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Inquire, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, please state your name, spell your last name.
John T. Hale, Hale.
Sergeant, you employed?
Yes.
Where and what capacity?
Ashland County Sheriff's Office, third shift road sergeant,
How long have you been employed by the Sheriff's Office?
22 and a half years.
How long have you been a sergeant?
Since 2016.
Can you tell us the training that you received to become a deputy?
I went to Ohio Police Officer Training Academy to become a police officer certified.
You successfully completed that training?
Yes.
Sergeant, are you familiar with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office Standard Operating Procedure Manual?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar?
It's required reading employment.
As of November 2nd, 2022, were you currently updated on all your training requirements?
Yes.
Were you employed and working as a sheriff deputy sergeant on that date?
Yes.
Were you dressed in uniform of the day?
Yes.
Equipped with any kind of radio device?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
I have a portable Kenwood radio and the radio inside the car as well.
Sergeant, are you required to have that radio on all times that you're on duty?
Yes.
Any exceptions to this?
No.
Do you recall on that day if you had a body camera or not?
Yes.
Do you recall your shift on the 2nd?
I came in early that night and worked second shift.
What was your assigned zone?
I was South Car.
Was that a 3-zone or a 4-zone day?
It was a 3-zone.
Which deputies were assigned the other 2 zones?
Sergeant Saylor was in the north and Sergeant Benner was in the central.
Was there a deputy assigned to a supervisory role?
It's common known practice that the second shift sergeant would be in charge.
So, Ms. Benner?
Yes.
Were you in a marked patrol car?
Yes.
That patrol car had a flashing light mounted on the top, Sergeant?
Yes.
Was it equipped with an MDT?
I'm sorry?
Was it equipped with an MDT? In-car computer?
Oh, yes, yes.
Can you tell us what information that you can receive on that in-car computer?
Anything that dispatch types in comes across that computer.
Are you able to determine the location of other deputies using that computer?
Yes, you can see where they're at.
Sergeant, on November 2nd of 2022, were you dispatched to a suicide call?
Yeah, I was dispatched to a call with a man with a gun that was taking pictures of it and sending to his spouse.
Do you recall the location of that call?
I don't remember the exact address, but I know it's right near the tractor dealership there.
What zone is that in?
Central zone.
Sergeant, per Sheriff's Office policy, a suicide by gun, is that a 2-deputy response?
Yes.
Did any other deputies respond?
Yes.
Who responded?
Sergeant Saylor.
Any of the radio traffic regarding that call come from Sergeant Benner?
I don't remember any traffic, no.
Were you aware of the location of Sergeant Benner at the time that you responded to that call?
No, I was not aware.
What was your location when you began responding?
I was somewhere down by the Richland County line on 42.
Do you recall your response time?
From the time I left, or it says when I went en route to the time I got there was 12 minutes.
Sergeant, when you're en route to that call, did you actually pass Sergeant Benner?
Yes.
Where was she?
There's a parking lot, right before you get to the call, about a quarter mile from where the house was. There's a parking lot there. It belongs to a business, and she was parked there.
Say a quarter mile from the call.
Yeah, approximately.
Was she in her patrol vehicle?
I just saw the car.
Okay. When you arrived, were there any other deputies on site?
Yeah, Sergeant Saylor arrived 3 minutes before I did.
Any deputies arrived after you?
No.
Did you stay on scene until that call was cleared?
Yes.
Did Sergeant Saylor, now Sergeant Saylor, also stay on scene until the call was cleared?
Yes.
You recall approximately how long you were on location until the call was cleared?
No, but it should be in the call record there, how long we were there.
Did Sergeant Benner ever arrive on scene to assist with that call?
No.
After that call was done, did Sergeant Benner mention anything to you about her failure to respond to that call?
In the sheriff's, we share an office, her and I. So I walked in the office and she was in there. She just told me that because he got into an argument with his wife, it was best suited for male officers to talk to him. That he may not want to talk to a female.
Sergeant, do you feel like that was an appropriate response?
That's not the way I would have handled it.
And what is the sheriff's office procedure in that situation? Is it respond to the call, make sure it's safe, or hang back and let other deputies respond?
You try and make contact, make sure the scene's safe, make sure he's, not hurting himself, make sure the scene's safe for anybody else that gets there, that arrives there.
Do you recall, was she the closest deputy to the location of that call?
I didn't know where she was when I went en route. I did find out later.
Okay, nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes. Your body camera was operative. Did you save that body camera footage?
While I was en route to the call?
Well, no, after the call was over. I mean, I'm just trying to find out where the body camera is. Footage.
I don't know if they downloaded that footage or not from that call.
Isn't that a responsibility of you on whether it should be downloaded since it was your body cam?
Well, we put the body camera into a download machine and it downloads, and our detective secretary takes care of that.
And is that because no charges came out of that call?
No, there's no charges on that call, no.
Okay, but let's say if you did have charges, would you do anything to ensure that body camera was downloaded and put with the charges?
Oh yeah, we'd follow up on the case, yeah.
Okay, so in this point, leaving it up to the detective secretaries because no charges were filed, right?
Yeah, there's no charges that came out of this. It was a person under mental stress, and we normally, those types of calls, we don't charge suicidal individuals.
Okay, and it came, and it was written up as a welfare check, correct?
That's how the call came out, yes.
Okay. And it came into dispatch, and you were specifically dispatched to that call, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you had been there earlier in the day on a civil standby with the same group of individuals.
That's correct.
So you had a working knowledge of what had been happening that day.
Yeah, you're right, yep.
Okay. And isn't it also, maybe an unspoken rule or out of respect that one sergeant respects the position of the other sergeant when it comes to their decision making? Does that make sense?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, maybe I can try to rephrase this. You, at the time of this situation, were a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
But you were not the sergeant in charge of that shift. That was Cindy.
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, Cindy used to be your sergeant on third shift when you came in as a deputy.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And you were called out to this call, and there was, Sergeant Saylor also dispatched and acknowledged he was coming to the call, correct?
Yes,
All right. And, when you guys arrived, the matter was handled, right?
yes, we handled it, yes.
And, so with your presence at the scene, you were able to stop any crime that may have been in progress or prevent one from happening, right?
Yes,
And you made a decision not to take anybody into custody or make any arrests.
that's correct.
Okay. And is it also, something that the supervisor on shift, may be very close to a call such as this in case you guys needed help? Is that something a supervisor would often do if there are two people already at a call?
That has happened before, yeah.
Okay. And, to your recollection, neither you or, Deputy Saylor, contacted Cindy and asked for assistance at all, or needed her to come on scene to assist?
No, I don't remember that happening.
Okay. And did you ever specifically, speak with the caller? Did dispatch have you speak directly to the caller?
Yes, I spoke to the caller, yes.
Okay. And was that on after you were dispatched?
Dispatch had me call in and talk to them first, and then I talked to the female complainant later.
Okay. And none of that is anywhere on this call log sheet, right?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as a sergeant on third shift, is that, if there's a situation in which one deputy has already handled the matter that evening, does it make sense to you to have that same deputy dispatched if there's further issues that same shift?
Well, not if the circumstances change. One was a civil standby, which is just standing by while somebody collects their property. The second call is a totally different call. It's somebody with a weapon that's taking pictures of it and sending to his spouse.
Right, but my point is, by being there first, the deputy who had interaction first on the shift knows what's going on with this couple, right? Knows the
Yes,
background and history.
Yes, I had knowledge of the situation.
Well, and I'm just saying, I guess I'm asking you from a hypothetical situation of you being in charge on a third shift, okay? You have a deputy who's already been out on a call where they know the history of what's going on between these two people. They dealt with it, they leave, another call comes in. Doesn't it make sense for you in your supervisory position that the same deputy who dealt with them earlier and has a working knowledge would be the best person to be sent to handle the later call?
I disagree because it's two different calls. It's not the same type of call.
Same people, right?
Same people, yes.
And this
But it's
call-
not the same circumstances.
Okay, well, let's talk about this particular call. This particular call, the civil standby was because she was moving out, right?
Yeah,
And obviously marital problem.
yes,
Both parties very upset.
yes,
So you get the call back on the welfare check, and it is again involving the same two parties, right?
yes.
Apparently very upset.
They're not together at this point. They're
Mhm.
separate locations.
Okay. To the point where dispatch actually requested that you call and talk to this party because you had earlier contact with them.
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience as a road deputy, are there times in which the radios that you use sometimes have dead zones and don't work?
I've experienced that with my portable, not with my car radio.
Okay. But the portable radio is what you would have on if you, for example, are out of your car.
Yeah, if I'm out of the car, at a residence or inside a house or something.
Then you can have dead spots for your radio.
Yeah, I have not experienced that with my car radio.
Okay. the computers in the car, though at times they actually aren't working appropriately if the Wi-Fi is interrupted, correct?
If you have a Wi-Fi interruption, of course, it's gonna affect your computer.
And that happens out and about, because there are spots around the county that happens in, right?
I've not experienced it, but I think down south there might be a couple spots.
Okay. And the Wi-Fi is actually just a small hotspot that they hand you to put in your car, right?
Yeah.
And are there times in which that falls off the dash or falls where you have it or rolls under the seat?
There are times, yeah, if you're running, if you're running fast or something like that and stuff's not secure, stuff's gonna.
Okay. And same with the GPS attachment in your vehicle. If that becomes unattached or pulls out of the computer, then there's going to be a lack of GPS getting.
I've never had that happen.
But would you agree that
Oh,
it would interrupt the GPS?
If you don't have a connection, yeah.
And in your experience as a sheriff's deputy and dealing with calls, violence calls, as well as domestic issues and other issues, have you come across situations in which it is better to have a female deputy or a male deputy handle the interaction with the parties?
Only after responding to the call initially and making sure everything's okay. Some people will even ask, can I talk to a male or a female? But that's after we get on scene and make sure everything's safe. The responding officer.
Okay. Well, in this case, you and Deputy Saylor were on scene and cleared it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before you spoke
Yes.
with Cindy?
Yes.
Okay. I can have just a minute.
Sure.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Just a couple. Sergeant, you told us that you've never had a Wi-Fi outage in your patrol vehicle?
A Wi-Fi outage? You mean like the box going dead or something?
Where you can't connect to the internet?
Oh. If I've had an issue connecting to the internet, I usually get an IT guy or something and he'll fix it for me.
Okay. What about a GPS malfunction?
I haven't experienced it. Never.
Lastly, tell us the difference in priorities of the civil standby that was earlier in the day versus the suicidal male with the gun that you responded to later in the day.
Yeah, well, sometimes a civil standby just requires one officer. Usually a person is there just to get the property out of the house, like clothes, not big items like TVs or stereos, but clothes, toothbrush, toothpaste, just enough to get them out of there for the night. And then for bigger stuff, then they call back later and ask for another civil standby. And that's different than somebody that's possibly has a weapon and is thinking about using it. You want multiple officers to respond to that because you never know what's going to be the real thing.
And in that instance, it's appropriate to respond as soon as possible, make sure the scene is clear. Then you can make a determination as to who should talk to the person or persons involved.
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Anticipate your comments.
I do not.
Premier.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Sergeant, we'll slow down. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Next witness, Mr. Bowman.
Deputy Wainwright.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Thank you. Hey, Judge. Deputy, would you please state your name, spell your last name?
Luke Winrick, W-E-N-R-I-C-H.
Are you employed?
I am.
Where and what capacity?
The Ashland County Sheriff's Office as an enforcement deputy.
How long have you been employed there, Deputy?
6.5 years.
Can you describe the training that you received to become a deputy?
I attended the OPATA Basic Peace Officers Academy, completed that, and then I also completed my FTO program when I transferred to the Enforcement Division.
Did you complete all that training successfully?
Yes, I did.
Are you familiar with the Sheriff's Office Standard Operating Procedure Manual?
Yes, I am.
How did you become familiar?
That's part of the FTO program is to read the policies.
And that's required for all deputies?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, on November 8th, 2022, were you current up to date on all your training requirements?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you employed and working as a sheriff's deputy?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you dressed in uniform of the day?
I was.
Were you equipped with any kind of radio device?
I had my portable radio and my vehicle radio.
Thank you. And Deputy, when you're on duty, are you required to have that portable on at all times?
Unless you're in the vehicle.
One or the other, but
Oh, you always have a radio on you. Yes, sir.
Any exceptions to this?
No, sir.
Do you recall if you were wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
I was.
Both of those devices, the portable radio and the body-worn camera, in good working order?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall your shift on November 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
I was working I was assigned to second shift, 4 p.m. to midnight.
What was your assigned zone?
I believe I was the south car.
Which deputies were, let me ask you this, was that a 3-zone or a 4-zone?
We were in a 3-car pattern that night, sir.
Thank you. Which deputies were assigned to the other 2 zones?
I believe Sergeant Benner was assigned to the central zone and Deputy Duke was the north car.
Was there a deputy in a supervisory role?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
That was Sergeant Benner.
Were you operating marked patrol car?
I was.
Patrol car had at least one flashing light mounted on the top?
Yes, sir, I was.
Your patrol car equipped with an MDT?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what information you can receive on that MDT?
Any calls that come in, the location of other deputies, you can run registration checks with it on license plates, things of that sort.
Thank you. Deputy, at some point during your shift on November 8th, was there an occurrence when another deputy asked you for a backup?
Yes, sir.
How did you receive that call?
I was on a traffic stop at 1806 and 1095 when Deputy Duke asked for a priority 10 over the radio.
That call, so it was over the radio?
Yes, sir.
Priority 10, what does that mean to you as a second shift deputy?
That means he needs help now.
And what's protocol for a deputy for responding to a priority response from another deputy?
You run priority to that deputy that's calling for help.
What were you doing when Deputy Duke's request for additional unit or units came in?
I was on a traffic stop of my own.
Was that down near Mifflin?
It was outside of Mifflin. It was at just north of 30 on 1095 at 1806. Pretty much at the intersection of 1095 and 1806.
Thank you. Deputy, what did you do at that traffic stop?
I terminated the traffic stop and I immediately went en route to Deputy Duke's location.
How long did it take you to clear that traffic stop, Deputy?
A couple of seconds. I had to give the driver's license back and I cleared the stop.
Do you know the distance that you had from the location of your traffic stop to where Deputy Duke was located?
I didn't know the exact distance, but it was quite a distance. He was on State Route 60 north of 224 and I was almost on 30.
Do you recall the route that you took in your traffic stop to Deputy Duke?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell us the speeds that you were traveling along that route to assist him?
I was going anywhere between 70 to 80 miles an hour to 120.
You were telling us about the proper protocol for speed when responding to a priority call earlier. Can you tell us what that is?
You drive within your ability to safely operate the vehicle.
Any requirement to obey speed limits or traffic control devices?
You have to drive with due regard for the public.
Do you recall how long it took you from your traffic stop to Deputy Duke's traffic stop?
Less than 15 minutes, I believe 13 or so.
Deputy, what did you do when you arrived?
I immediately began asking Deputy Duke what he needed assistance with. He had already had the subject in custody, so we began kind of processing the scene, collecting evidence, things of that sort.
And when you arrived, was Sergeant Benner on scene or she had already left?
She was already on scene. She was on scene, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So how long have you actually been a road deputy with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 2 years in December.
2 years in December of '23?
Yes, ma'am.
So in November of '22, you were just shy of a year?
That is correct.
And in your experience, and I take it in that year as a road deputy before this incident happened, you've been involved in situations all around the county?
That is correct.
Correct. And any time in which you noticed that you would maybe lose radio traffic or radio traffic interference over your radios from dispatch or from other officers?
There are certain places in the county where the reception isn't as good as others.
One of the places might be if you had to take your portable inside a building, inside residences.
Correct.
And you testified that you had a body camera that day?
Yes, I did.
And did you have it on?
I did.
And do you know, did you save that body camera or anything?
It was downloaded
Was-
into our system.
Okay, and whose responsibility is it to ensure after you download it, it gets put with the case file?
It would be either the deputy or the detective secretary can also retrieve it and attach it to a case.
Okay. You ended up backing up Deputy Duke, correct?
That is correct.
And he actually took an individual into custody, right?
Yes.
Did you transport that individual?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you make any steps to save that body camera or to ensure that it was put with that case that Deputy Duke had?
I uploaded it into our system. I don't recall if I actually attached it to the case or not.
Well, in your training and whatnot, to be a deputy, you understand the importance of report writing and collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that the body camera footage would be evidence?
Yes.
But you yourself took no steps to ensure that that was preserved?
I downloaded it into our body camera system when I got back on station.
Right, but isn't it up to somebody to say that should go, that needs to go, I was just on a case and that needs to be attached to that case?
That is correct.
But you didn't do that?
I don't recall if I did or not. I can't remember. At some point, it was attached to the case.
It was attached to the case?
I believe it was, yes.
Is there a reason that that wasn't turned over to the law director's office?
That's out of my hands. Our detective secretary transfers all the evidence over if it were needed.
The MDTs in the vehicle, in order for them to basically efficiently work with you in the vehicle and that coming from dispatch, you need a internet connection, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are times in different places in the county, or multiple reasons that you have that a internet connection can drop, right?
That can happen, yes.
And you testify that you can see where the deputies are at that time,
Mhm.
right? But if the internet drops, the screen will just remain stagnant, right?
Correct,
So the stagnant car will be sitting somewhere.
correct. Or there will be no location at all.
Okay. And then when the internet comes back on, will it automatically update itself and to
I
a new
believe so,
picture?
yes. Yes,
And also times in which because you have a GPS connection that you have to plug into your computer, right?
that is correct, the AVL.
Yes, and if that gets disconnected, that also will interfere with how that system works.
Correct.
Now, it looks as if, or just prior to you making this traffic stop and Deputy Duke making his, you guys were talking on the cell phone, right?
That is correct.
Okay. How long have you been on the cell phone with each other?
I don't know, ma'am.
Are we talking just a minute or so? Are we talking 20 minutes?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Were you discussing anything work-related as it related to traffic stops or anything?
It was a conversation. We usually talked on the phone when we were working together.
So it was social, basically.
More or less, yes.
And you then take a traffic stop. I believe your call time was about 18:49. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that car stop?
I believe it was for a no license plate light.
And the call from Deputy Dute in which he asked dispatch to send units his way, where were you at that time in relation to your traffic stop?
I believe I was at the door talking to the driver of the vehicle.
Okay. Had you already taken his ID and run it through leads and everything?
I believe I had not yet.
Okay. But when you hear that call, how did you complete the traffic stop?
I gave the driver's license back. I ran the driver's license information over the radio to dispatch that was my driver and that I would be en route to Deputy Duke's location.
Okay, so when it says warning issued, you didn't write a warning?
It was a verbal warning.
It was a verbal warning? Okay, and according to the CFS report, the call was completed at 18:53. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right.
So you were out at the car for about 4 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And during those 4 minutes, you hadn't returned to your car to take down information or run anything?
I don't believe I had yet, no.
Okay. And your testimony is that you then went to assist Deputy Dude, is that correct?
That is correct, once I cleared my traffic stop.
Because even when there's a call for assistance that comes out, you need to finish what you're doing, right?
Yes.
And your testimony was that you need to drive as fast as you can within your ability to safely operate the vehicle, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And obviously, we're talking November time, lots of issues with deer in Ashland County around that time?
There's a few.
Okay. And your testimony is you went anywhere from 70 to 80 up to 120 miles an hour?
That is correct.
Okay. And upon Had you already received, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever hear over radio traffic that Deputy Duke had called off and just wanted people from the sheriff's office, everything, he had in custody and?
After I was almost there.
Okay,
He
you
did.
did hear that?
I did
on
hear
the
that,
radio?
yes.
Okay. Cindy Benner was already on scene, correct?
She was there when I arrived on scene.
Okay, and there were multiple other individuals,
Correct.
right? And do you recall whether the driver of the vehicle was still sitting up on the hill by herself?
She was out of the vehicle, sitting on the side of the road, well, on the other side of the ditch.
Okay.
The female that was
The grass
driving.
on
Yes.
the hill, okay. Did you deal with her at all?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see anybody deal with her?
I don't believe so. I know Deputy Duke spoke with her.
Do you know when that was?
I do not.
Was it, obviously it had to have been after you got there, right?
What's that, ma'am?
Had to have been after you got there.
I believe so. I know he spoke with her a brief period. I don't know if he interviewed her anymore after I left or not.
Okay, I guess I'm just asking for your perception when you got there, where deputies and people were in relation to where the woman driver of the car was.
Okay.
She was kind of off by herself sitting in the grass, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, you saw Cindy Benner was standing right there and talking with the individual in handcuffs.
I'm not exactly sure where she was. I know she was on scene though.
Okay. Now, when, whose idea was it to have you take Braxton, who was in custody, to the jail?
That was a decision that Deputy Duke and I made. I believe he was in a pool car and wasn't able to transport the back seat. So I put him in my cruiser to secure him.
Okay. And as indicated, Cindy Benner was the sergeant supervisor in charge that night, right?
That is correct.
And why wasn't there an indication from Cindy that he actually, Braxton, needed to go to the hospital to be cleared because the jail wouldn't take him after a fight with a police officer resistance situation?
He had been cleared by EMS that was on scene. They tried to assess him.
They assessed him.
Correct.
And so basically you didn't follow the directions of Sergeant Benner and instead had EMS clear him?
EMS was on scene and they cleared him on scene.
Okay. So you made your own decision not to follow the directives of the sergeant?
I don't agree with that, ma'am. I don't understand your question.
The sergeant indicated to you that he needed to go to the hospital, right?
If she said that, I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it. As the sergeant on shift, wouldn't it have been prudent of you to ask her where you should take him, considering that there wasn't a use of force?
Well, we had EMS on scene that was checking him.
I understand that,
Okay.
but she's your supervisor, right?
That is correct.
And this is a situation that doesn't come up all the time, the use of force.
No,
right?
it does not.
And you and Deputy Duke talked to decide who was going to take who to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Your supervisor was there,
Correct.
and you didn't feel it important to ask her where to transport since this wasn't a regular situation.
She ended up leaving to go handle another call.
She left before you transported,
Yes.
and do you have contact with her by radio,
Yes.
by cell phone,
Correct.
by dispatch?
Yes.
Did you ever follow up to ask those questions?
I did not.
And you worked in the jail for a period of time, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And is it a policy at the jail to accept EMS clearance rather than hospital clearance in a use of force situation?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So with that experience in mind, you chose to take him to the jail and not ask your supervisor for guidance?
Judge, I object. I don't know how any of this is relevant.
How is any of that relevant?
It is, I'm just trying to, again, I think it's relevant from the standpoint of how the deputies interacted with Sergeant Benner as it comes to some of these situations, and her not being there in time, and then she is there in time, and they don't talk to her. I think it's relevant.
See any relevance whatsoever to who transported him to the jail. Didn't you say that Deputy Duke did not have a cage in his car?
He did not.
Oh, the objection is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. So who, I guess, if you recall, what officers were still present when you left the scene?
I believe the New London police officer, and there was a deputy from Huron County that was there. And then the state trooper that was there left with Sergeant Benner to go respond to another call.
Are you sure of that? That the OSP officer left and didn't remain at scene to assist?
I thought he left with Sergeant Benner to go to the burglary in progress call that came in as this was all going on.
Okay. But as you sit there, you don't know for sure because you left.
That is correct.
Okay. And at the time you left, you weren't sure if there was any additional interaction with the driver sitting on the grass.
That is correct.
So, when you were, I guess, arrived on scene in there, when you were ready to leave, at that time, whatever crime may have been in progress was stopped, right?
That is correct.
And the offender was apprehended, taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the matter was then cleared, right?
He was still being somewhat uncooperative in the back of the car.
But the scene was cleared as far as the necessity for you to be there. You took the defendant, or the offender to the jail, right?
I went en route to the jail, correct.
Okay. And no one else was with you? You didn't ask for assistance to help you go to the jail?
I was by myself.
Okay, but you didn't ask for assistance to
No.
help? You felt confident in what you were doing?
Objection, Judge. This is not relevant.
I'm struggling to see it. What's the relevance of that?
I'm just trying to get to the point that when he left the scene, he didn't ask for any additional assistance, and that the matter was closed as far as he was concerned at the scene.
Oh, now allow.
When you left the scene of that car stop on November 8th, 2022, you were finished with that situation, right?
Yes, because I was taking the suspect to jail.
Okay, and you didn't ask for any assistance or help to take him to jail?
No.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
Based on that, Judge, thank you.
Anyone anticipate recalling Deputy Mayor? Mr. Ron?
No.
Okay, Mayor, you anticipate recalling this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Deputy,
Thank
you're
you, sir.
excused. Thanks for being here today. Who's next, Mr. Ron?
Detective Dawson.
Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please, sir.
Inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, can you please state your name, spell your last name?
Josh Dawson, D-A-W-S-O-N.
Are you employed?
I am.
Where and what capacity?
The Richland County Sheriff's Office, and I'm currently assigned to the Detective Bureau.
How long have you been with the Richland County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 10 years now.
How long have you been in the Detective Bureau?
Before in January.
Can you describe the training that you received to become a detective?
Yeah, I completed the basic police officer training academy in 2008 at North Central State College. Met all the requirements and graduated with the class.
And you completed that training successfully, detective? Do you have any ongoing or yearly training requirements?
We have the continuing training that's required, and then we're encouraged to take elective trainings that I focus based on investigations, continuing my knowledge in that.
Detective, at one point earlier this year, were you asked to investigate the defendant, Cindy Benner, regarding her performance as a sergeant at the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
I was. I believe on January 31st of this year, I was called by my administration asking me to contact Chief Deputy Blake at the Ashland County Sheriff's Office. At that time, I wasn't provided any details or what was going on. I reached out to Chief Deputy Blake on February 2nd, I reached out to him on the 31st. We scheduled a meeting for February 2nd, where I met with him and Lieutenant Wood over here at the Sheriff's Office.
As of January 31st of this year and throughout your investigation of the defendant, were you current up to date on all of your training requirements?
I was.
Detective, I want to go through, there's 4 counts in this case. I'm going to go through each of them individually with you to see what you discovered. On count 1, that's the deer carcass where there was also a domestic violence call. Was there any GPS or ABL data available for that call?
There was not. That had passed the retention period that they had stored that.
Thank you. Count 2, Detective, that is the domestic violence call while the defendant was in Savannah at Trick or Treat. Was there ABL data for that call?
I believe, yes, there was.
Were you provided those ABL playback details reports by the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
Just for Sergeant Benner.
Yeah, First Judge.
Your Honor, I think that maybe we need to, I have an objection, I just want to do it outside the.
You want to raise outside the presence?
Yes.
All right, so it might be a good time for a break anyway. We're going to take a recess, Mr. Krauser, for about 15 minutes while we deal with the objection.
All right, very pleased your record's still on, sir.
Thank you. What are we talking about here, Mr. Moore? What's the exhibit?
This is exhibits 13 and 14. These are the ABL or GPS logs for Cindy Benner on 1027.
Is this some sort of a sheet of data, or is this kind of a graphical, it's on a map?
Right, it's just sheets of data. It's the longitude, latitude, the streets that she was on, any speed if she was moving, and the dates and times of the various GPS points.
Okay. And your objection to me?
Thank you, Your Honor. When Tucker Halverson testified as to the ProSuite application and this CAD module and everything, he specifically indicated he had nothing to do with the hardware configuration of what was here, and that the data generation of the GPS was dependent on that configuration set up by the agency. There was nobody that testified how that was set up. In fact, Lieutenant Wood basically says he knows nothing about that. So it's my position, the defense position, that there's not been adequate foundation for any of this. In addition, we've heard testimony from multiple officers that this is only as good as if things are plugged in, if internet's available, if there may be standalone things on screens or whether it's caught up. So it's our position that there's not been a sufficient, because I believe Lieutenant Wood testified that he's not even, there's an IT guy, and whether he's the one that configured everything, I don't know. But he did not and didn't have any knowledge of it. So it's our position that a foundation has not been laid sufficient for the
Foundation as to what? Foundation as to the way the technology works, or foundation as to the fact that the units are in the car? I guess I don't.
No, I think it's as to how the software works, because it said that the GPS data is dependent on the hardware configuration set up by the agency. We have no idea what hardware configuration and how it was set up by the agency. There's been no testimony of that.
But how does that help? I mean, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just trying to understand your point.
Mm-hmm.
How does that help make the evidence more reliable for them to bring in, Joe Bragg, to say this is the physical technology that I put in the car?
Well, no, I think
how that would assist.
Well, I think it's the hardware configuration. Part of it would be about how the GPS, because we've heard that things get unplugged, the GPS is no longer any good. I think it's also important that if the people who made the software say that this data is, to produce it and generate it, is solely based on how the hardware is configured. I don't know if it's configured correctly. I don't know how it has been done. I don't know how it's updated. I don't know how it's serviced. I don't know any of these indications, because I believe that there are times when this stuff has gone down. I believe Lieutenant Wood indicated that he's not sure about some of this, how it goes down and how it's kept, but I do have information that leads me to believe that there are ways to bypass, which Tucker Halverson said there were not, and I have information that indicates that that could happen, which I was planning on talking with the IT person if he was brought in about those situations, because I think it makes this data less reliable, and I don't think a correct foundation has been laid for its use.
Judge, the only issue on the hardware configuration was whether it was an external GPS or it's internal to the MDT. Lieutenant Wood testified that it's an external GPS. That was the hardware configuration that Mr. Halverson spoke of. And then as to the reliability, he testified that as soon as they get it, there's no way to manipulate that data. It is what it is. And there's also no way to manipulate it on the agency side as well. That's the hardware configuration. That's the GPS data that we have. Whether Mr. Bragg would have something to say about it, okay, but that was the issue that Halverson and Wood discussed.
All right. Well, the court has been researching what I thought was the issue that we were likely to be confronted with here today on this issue. It turns out, I think what you're raising in terms of is a little bit different. You know, it's clear to me that downloading GPS data, which I don't know that the detective even did that. It sounds like somebody else did that and gave it to him. But I think it's pretty well established that act of downloading GPS data is not something that requires an expert's testimony about how the GPS works. It's considered lay testimony. It's not expert testimony to say, here's the coordinates and here's what it means and this is where the unit says she was. Obviously, there's always going to be margins for error, and there's always going to be arguments that it may not have been properly working. The case law I've seen says that goes to weight, not admissibility. And that those arguments can be made, you know, that the stuff isn't accurate. What you're talking about, Attorney Mayor, is that there needs to be a foundational element as to what type of unit this was. In other words, what sort of hardware is in the car.
Yes, to ensure that it appropriately is generated, GPS data is being generated appropriately by the hardware, according to his.
But how, I guess my point is, how would anybody know that? How would any witness be able to come in and say, 2 years ago on October the 2nd, this data was being generated appropriately?
No, I think it is a matter of who set up the hardware and how is it maintained. Do they check it every 6 months? Do they make sure things are working? Do they? And it would just seem to me, in order to get this in, when his testimony was, it's based on how it's set up at the agency.
Right.
We don't know how it's set up at the
Which
agency.
is kind of my point. I think your objection is different than what I was anticipating, which is that, you know, the science has to be established. It's one thing to say, my analogy, the court's got to have expert testimony on how a laser works before it can admit the evidence, which is true.
Right.
Unless we take judicial notice of it based on some other finding. That's a different issue from, was this particular laser properly working on that day,
Yes.
which has to be established by the officer who comes in and says, yeah, I tested it in the morning and I shot it at 2 different signposts and I know how far apart they were, and I did an internal check and everything was fine.
Right.
So there's that foundation that this thing was working right. And then there's the foundation on the science, which the court doesn't have to do over and over. I think the courts of appeals have made it pretty clear here that with respect to GPS, we don't need that we don't need an expert to tell us how GPS works. This issue that you're raising, you know, what about establishing that the thing was properly working that day? I think it's a separate issue.
Yes.
And I don't want to just slack that off. I think that's a legitimate issue. We've heard a lot of testimony that these things sometimes are not working. Does just the fact that you have numbers mean it's working?
Yeah, they're all time-stamped, Judge,
Okay.
and it's every 9 seconds they will update the location.
Can't somebody say that? That the fact that we have numbers on this sheet means it's working?
What's that?
Couldn't someone tell, I'm trying to figure out what sort of foundation might be sufficient to make this admissible. It would seem to me that someone could testify that the fact that you have these data points meant it's working. But you wouldn't have these data points if it wasn't working.
Well, hasn't that already been established, that if the GPS is off, then it doesn't go anywhere? And when it's on, you can follow the person around.
I don't know that I heard that testimony.
No, I don't believe I've heard that testimony either.
Well, how would it move then if it's unplugged, which there's also zero evidence of?
Well, I'm not saying it would, but I'm saying I don't think there's been any evidence of that. You know, I don't think anyone has come in and said, if it wasn't working, you wouldn't have these numbers.
Or again, I don't know the interaction with the internet as well. Do you have to have the internet working for the GPS to work the plot? I don't know.
Tucker Halverson said, if the GPS is unplugged, it doesn't transmit data points.
Okay.
He testified to that. We've got him. And especially when it shows she's moving. How can it move if it's not transmitting these data?
Okay. Well, the court took copious notes during the testimony of Mr. Halverson. Let's see. He did testify that if the system is working properly, both the dispatch and the other officers who are monitoring their MPTs can tell where the officers are at that time. He testified that if the laptop becomes unplugged or the GPS becomes detached, the dock for that vehicle will remain stationary for 5 to 10 minutes and then disappear. He also indicated that an internet outage would result in data not being collected or transmitted. Deputy Wood testified that the GPS units plug into a laptop in the defendant's car. Did acknowledge the presence of dead spots. He did specifically testify that if the internet goes down on the ATL, we'll either report a wrong location because it's still on the previous one, or we'll stop reporting at all.
And Judge, on the issue that Halverson said, it'll stop, if it's unplugged or if the internet goes out, it'll stop reporting after 5 to 10 minutes. We've got almost an hour of GPS points.
I'm going to take a look at Mr. Halverson's affidavit. GPS data generation is dependent upon the hardware configuration set up by the agency. This is typically set up using either an internal GPS on the mobile device terminal or an external GPS, which is the case with the Ashland County Sheriff. GPS data is then ingested by the mobile ProSuite computer-aided dispatcher CAD application to a communication port if using the internal GPS, or a virtual communication port generated by a third-party applicant called GPS Gate. This communication port is configured on a per-machine basis within the CAD system to match GPS data to a device host name. GPS data is read by the ProSuite application on a recurring basis, configurable on a per-machine basis. The data is collected by the mobile client application and transferred to the application server for long-term storage. Current GPS locations are displayed on the CAD mapping solution. Historical data is available for viewing and reporting through the Automatic Vehicle Location, or AVL, playback module. This data is created at or near the time the law enforcement cruiser location data is detected, transmitted, and saved within the application. This data is kept in the ordinary course of the agency business and is a part of regularly conducted agency activity. I think from the court's perspective, the testimony is sufficient to establish that if you have those numbers, that means it's on. And I'm going to allow it. I'm going to hold the objection.
Thank you,
Just
Judge.
ask that my objection be noted, Judge.
So noted, Attorney Mayor. Anything else we need to deal with before we bring them back?
I've got a Google Earth that relies on these, if we need to discuss that now. If there's
It does what?
It's Google Earth that plots these coordinates.
Was that created by the detective?
Yes.
He's going to be able to tell us how he did it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any reason that would need to be dealt with outside the presence of the jury?
I don't think so. Would just continue my objection based on
I
the
understand.
GPS.
I'm going to have other objections to this. I just don't know how I could rule on without hearing the testimony.
Okay.
Let's bring the jury back. Thank you, counsel.
All rise for the jury, please.
Be seated. May continue, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach?
Ma'am.
Detective, I'm showing you two exhibits, States 13 and States 14. Are you familiar with those?
I am.
And what are they?
It's the AVL playback detail report. Basically, it's showing locations, the GPS that was transmitted to the server that I believe Lieutenant Wood spoke of.
And for whose vehicle, Detective?
This specific one is for Sergeant Benner's.
Are you referring to States 13 and 14 or both?
Both.
The count that we're discussing, count 2, that was the trick-or-treat/domestic violence count. Detective, you know what time the call came out for the domestic violence on 10/27/22?
I do not recall right offhand.
Yeah, of course, Judge.
Ma'am.
Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 8. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, this would be the call for service report on the domestic incident you are inquiring about.
And what time did the all-call come out from dispatch regarding that domestic?
1816.
The State's Exhibits 13 and 14 that you have, can you tell us the dates?
They are all from October 27th, 2022.
What is the earliest time that we have for Sergeant Benner's location?
We have 1746.
What's the latest time?
I believe it is 1843. Yeah, 1843.
In between States 13 and 14, approximately how many GPS coordinates do we have in between those times?
So each report that's generated starts at number 1, being with the footprint number. So since these overlap, or come up to, so it looks like 95.
And during the times that we have for GPS location, does Sergeant Benner ever move?
No, from 1756 until 1843, there's no movement of the vehicle.
And those times cover the times of the dispatch advising of the domestic violence?
Correct.
Thank you. Count 3, Detective, you investigated that as well.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Ma'am.
We'll start with States 15. Detective, are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, this would be the ADL playback report for November 2nd, 2022.
Is that similar to States 13 and 14, just for a different date?
Correct.
Are the GPS coordinates and locations in States 15 for the defendant, Sergeant Benner?
Yes, they are.
What was the date on that again?
November 2nd, 2022.
What's the first GPS coordinate that we have as far as time?
Just, not the actual coordinate, you just want the time it was?
Right.
23:22.
And what's the last time that we have for any for coordinates?
It's like 23:24.
Detective, what did you do with the information contained in State's Exhibit 15?
Basically, I started out not being familiar with the Ashland area. I wanted to see location of the call, and then in reference to the other deputies' locations. So using my interviews with the deputies and these GPS coordinates on the EVL playback, I was able to determine where each deputy was at the time of the call.
Were you able to determine their route to the call?
Yes, I was.
Who were the other two deputies?
Deputy Saylor and Sergeant Hale.
Did you create a Google Earth image?
Yes, I did for this one.
Based on those coordinates contained in State's Exhibit 15?
That and this one was a little easier because we actually have the AVL video.
Can you tell us how you created, so strike that. The Google Earth image that you have, is that essentially a still shot of the video that we saw when Lieutenant Wood was testifying?
Yeah, there's no moving parts to this. I just color coordinated the routes by the different deputy.
And then you input that into Google Earth?
Correct.
Any particular type of training that you need to do that, Detective?
No, just kind of basically playing around with it, and I've used it on several other investigations prior to this, so I know enough to be dangerous, I guess.
Is that essentially data entry?
Yeah. Basically, you're marking, based on the coordinates, you're marking a point where that is, and then it's basically connect the dots on all those points.
Looking at State's Exhibit 15, are there times where the defendant is moving as well as parked?
Yes.
And finally, Detective, count number 4 in this case involves the traffic stop and subsequent struggle with the armed suspect for Deputy Duke. Did you investigate that count?
Yes, I did.
May I approach your name? Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 17, 18, and 19. We'll start with State's Exhibit 17. Can you tell us what that is?
This again is the AVL playback report from November 8th, 2022.
Again, Detective, all of these AVL playback reports were provided to you by the Ashland County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Who is that AVL data for?
Sergeant Benner.
Can you tell us the date that is for?
I'm sorry, what
Date?
The date, November 8th, 2022.
What is the first timestamp that we have for any location for Sergeant Benner?
The first one we have here is at 1852.
What is the last timestamp that we have?
1901.
So at 1852, it would be 6:52 p.m., and then 1901, 7:01.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? The first timestamp that we have for her, is she stationary?
Yes, she is.
When is the first coordinate that we have for her where she is mobile, detective?
It would be at 1856.
Now, during that time that she's mobile, are there speeds associated with those GPS coordinates locations?
Yeah, those begin once the vehicle starts moving.
Can you tell us the lowest speed up to the high speed while she's mobile, detective?
The lowest speed is at 1856, and that again is when the vehicle first started moving. I believe the highest speed she gets up to is 105, and that's at 1900.
Detective, what's the location that she was stationary and began moving from?
That was based upon the GPS coordinates. It was at 522, State Route 511.
You know that to be her home.
Yes.
Where she came mobile and then stopped. What's that location?
Where she, at the end?
Yeah.
That was between, I think, 218 and 222, State Route 60.
Do you know that to be the location of Deputy Duke's traffic stop?
Yes.
Thank you. How long did it take her to get from her residence to Deputy Duke's traffic stop?
Roughly 5 minutes.
State's Exhibit 18, Detective. You familiar with that document?
Yes, this would be another Google Earth map that I made.
You created this.
Yes.
Can you tell us again how you created that document?
At this, I didn't have the AVL playback report for Deputy Winrich who responded, so I verbally asked him the route he took.
Okay.
And then I used the home address of Sergeant Benner and then the area of the traffic stop. The traffic stop didn't give an exact address. It was just 60 north of 224.
Did you use the AVL data for Sergeant Benner to create that Google Earth?
Initially, no. I used the address she had listed with the BMD.
Okay. And then, Detective, upon reviewing that, did you see that you had made an error in one of the notations?
I did. I had made a legend, and where it said the distance from Sergeant Benner's residence to Deputy Duke's traffic stop, I put 5 miles, and at that time I was basically a typo. It should have been 5 minutes. I was referring to her response time from her house to the stop location.
Thank you. And the route that Deputy Winrich took, that he gave you to have you create that, is that consistent with what he testified to here today?
Yes.
And lastly, State's 19, Detective, are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, this would have been a second map I created on Google Maps this time. And this is where I used the exact GPS coordinates from the AVL report to pinpoint the location of the car stop and then the address where Sergeant Benner actually was at 522, 511.
So the Google Earth exhibit did use the exact GPS coordinates the Google Map image did, is that fair?
Yes.
Tell us the approximate distance from the defendant's residence to Deputy Duke's traffic stop.
6.9 miles.
Again, the time that the defendant left her residence to respond to Deputy Deuce.
1856.
1856. Thank you, I have nothing further now.
Cross attorney, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, you were advised by your administration to contact, Chief Blake?
Correct.
And, so this meeting that you had with Chief Blake and Chief Wood is where you received what they believed to be, information they wanted investigated?
Yeah, they informed me at that time that they had done an internal investigation, and wanted a second set of eyes to look at it to see if any of the incidents amounted to, anything criminal.
And this was after they had already done their investigation?
I believe so, or it was ongoing.
Now, you indicated in count 1, the GPS AVL had not been collected, is that correct?
Right, I was advised it wasn't available, that it had purged, the retention period was passed.
Okay. So that would basically mean, if I understand all of this correctly, is that 6 months from 6 months from November 3rd, 2021 had already passed.
Are you referring to saying the retention period is 6 months? Is
Well,
that?
that's what I'm asking. I believe that's what testimony has
I
heard.
believe
don't know if
that's
you
what
did
he
hear that
said.
as
No,
well.
I think you're right. 180 days, I think specifically is what they said.
Okay, so if it wasn't available, it meant it wasn't at least 6 months had passed by before it was requested, or 180 days.
Yeah, there was no way I could get it at that point.
Okay. And count 2, the information that you collected demonstrated that she was stationary at trick or treat, right?
Correct.
You didn't collect any of the AVL or GPS information for any of the other officers that were on shift for any of these dates?
I did not. This was documentation that was prepared for me, and it was a lot. So I had asked Chief Deputy if I could review it all to see what I actually had, and I would get back with him if I needed anything. I know I've reached back out to Lieutenant Wood for a couple of things, and he told me it was no longer available, that he checked.
Okay, so initially, your investigation started with them handing you information?
Correct.
Okay. And that happened on February
2nd.
February 2nd of 2023, right? And the, dates in 22 were 10/27/22, correct?
Yes,
And you did get the AVL was provided to you for Benner at that time.
are you referring to count 3?
I'm referring to count 2, October 27th, 2022. You had the AVL information for Sergeant Benner's car.
Correct.
Okay. And November 2nd, 2022, you have the AVL information for Benner's car again,
Correct.
right? And then November 8th, 2022, you have the information for Benner's car,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So you're saying, when is it that you, I guess, the AVLs expire 180 days, right?
I think what expired is the actual video, is my understanding.
What do you mean the actual video?
I believe that was shown during Lieutenant Wood's testimony, where you could actually see the cars moving.
Okay, that wasn't available on anybody's cars, or anybody, or?
I couldn't get that for anybody besides the one Lieutenant Wood recorded with his camera. Everything else was not available.
Okay. Well, what about the AVL printouts, like you got for Benner on all 3 of those dates? Were those available for all the other officers on shift that time?
At the time when I was given all this, I didn't ask. If you look at some of when these are printed well before I met with them.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have been available then, but at the time I got it, it was no longer available.
Well, you got them in February, right? February 2nd.
Correct, but they're printed. So this one's December 13th, November 11th, October, nope, that's the CFS one, October 5th.
Okay, let's look at this. If the incident happened on October 27th, right, of 2022, and they would be held for 180 days, when does that put you? November, December, January, February, March, April 27th of 22 is 6 months, right?
Yes.
And you had the information February 2nd, 2023.
For Sergeant Benner.
For Sergeant Benner.
Yes.
You were handed all that.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, the information for all the other drivers, or all the other deputies on that shift, would essentially been available until April 27th of 2023. 6 months.
If that's the retention period. I guess I wasn't clear on Lieutenant Wood's testimony, if that just referred to the video or if that referred to these logs. But when I inquired about everything, I was told by Lieutenant Wood that it was no longer available.
When you say inquired about everything, what is everything?
I inquired about body cam, who was on duty, what else did we go over? Serial numbers for certain laptops, and I was told those are swapped around, and just to substantiate if there was a certain MDT assigned to a certain car.
But there's not. Right? You found out there's not a certain MBT to each car. They swap around.
That they can be swapped around, yes.
Okay. So November 2nd, 2022, AVLs for all the other deputies on Benner's shift that date would have been, if it is 6 months, it would have been available until May 2nd of 2023. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, if that is the retention period.
Okay. And then with the November 8th, 2022 AVLs you got on Sergeant Benner's car, all other deputies on that shift, theirs would have essentially been available if it is a 180-day retention until May 8th of 2023.
Correct.
Correct? At any time, did you specifically request the ABL of all the other deputies on the shifts for counts 2, 3, and 4 from the sheriff's office?
No, I did not.
Can I approach what was better? Do you have states 15 still? Okay, in States Exhibit 5, this is the ABL for Sergeant Benner, car 306, on 11/2/22, is that correct?
You said States Exhibit 5.
15,
Okay.
thank you.
What was
Yeah.
the question again? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that's what this is, right, from that?
Yes.
And the first indication you have is at 23/22, right?
Yes.
And then that ends at 23/24.
Correct.
So that indication is, I guess, what does that tell us?
Roughly just less than 3 minutes of information.
Okay. Of what, like where her car was or where she was going?
Yeah, it'll give the date and time stamp, the nearest intersection, the direction she's heading, her vehicle speed, the speed limit, and then the longitude of that current particular location.
Okay. And I believe that is basically indicating that she was parked just down the street from the incident location on that call. Is that correct?
No, this is showing her vehicle is moving.
As moving?
Yes.
So did it stop at that time or you just stopped getting information?
This particular report was ran between 23/22 and 23/25. So that's all the longer the report was run for.
So what this tells us is that she was moving for 3 minutes? That's the basis of this report?
There is some, in this little section here, there's no miles per hour. So she's stationary at this, but then it picks back up.
So wait, let's go back stationary at that point. What are we talking about here, like basically less than a minute?
Just over, about a minute and 24 seconds.
Okay. And state 16. Is this the one that you created?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have the ABL of her to when she stopped her vehicle? Or did she stop at, because this still shows her moving at 25 miles an hour at 23/24, right?
That's the speed limit, so she's going 10 miles.
10 miles an hour, okay. But she's still moving?
Correct.
Okay, where's the data then after that that says where else she goes that you used to plot this?
So this was based upon that video that Lieutenant Wood.
Oh, okay.
So that's just, and that's how I use the route for the other deputies that I could see on that map. So basically it's just to give an idea of distance from where everybody was coming from.
Okay. And on that video we watched, that's the one where sometimes you could see an arrow, sometimes you couldn't. And
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And, on this call, this is the one that we've heard testimony that said that Sergeant Benner was parked close by, but did not go to the actual call, right? Okay. And can I see, is this 16, 17, and 18?
17, 18, 19.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Okay, thank you. So state 17 is the AVL playback for Sergeant Benner starting at 18:52:56 on 11/8/22. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I reading that right?
Yep.
Okay. And at that time, it's showing her car stationary, right? Her vehicle.
Right.
Now, which exhibit is it you were talking about that the legend is an error?
This one here. So that is 18.
Okay.
So just where it says 5 miles,
Uh-huh.
I was referring, it should be 5 minutes. That was her response time from her house to the car stop.
Okay, so that was 5 minutes.
Yes.
All right, and this is one that you did yourself, Exhibit 18, right?
Yes.
And now your indication about Renwick. Like, let me ask you, when did you create this?
I mean, this would have been later in the investigation.
Okay.
After all
October
the
now.
interviews, I would say probably end of February, March maybe.
Okay. So, your indication in creating this, though, you utilized, when you talked with Duke and Renwick, you basically asked them where they were and what their, I guess, how they got to places, right?
Yes.
But at that time, had it had been a 6-month retention, you would still be within the scope to be able to request the AVL information on Duke and Renwick, correct?
I suppose I could have.
Okay.
I just, the investigation was on Sergeant Benner, so I felt that was what was relevant.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's important to know where Renwick is telling you how he got there, right?
Yeah, that's why I inquired. I wanted to know how far away he was.
Right. But that information would have been directly on the AVLs, right? Had you gotten them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, then 19 is something you also created, is that correct?
Yes.
States 19? Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, you've indicated states 19 is also the November 8th car stop situation. But can you explain again what state's 19 is?
So 19 is a Google map instead of Google Earth. There was a discrepancy on what Sergeant Benner's home address was.
Okay.
The information I had received said 516. The information, I think Attorney Malone had said 522. Just doing an auditor's website, looks like she owns both properties. And according to dispatch, was actually at 522, which is consistent with the GPS coordinates on the AVL.
Okay. Do you know where she lives? Where her residence is?
I've seen it on a map.
Have you reviewed the summons in this case? The summons is?
The complaint?
Yeah.
Yes,
What does the complaint list her address at?
516.
State Route 511, right? Not 522. Do you know who lives at 522?
I do not.
Would this be perhaps an example of where maybe the GPS isn't just quite right?
That's the location dispatch had for her.
And dispatch gets that from this system, this
I would
CAD
assume dispatch
GPS?
knows where she lives.
Okay, but they gave you 522.
On this date, yes.
Okay. Now, when, I believe you testified to some times in which you believe when Cindy would have been made aware over radio traffic of the call for additional units. Do you recall that?
I have not testified to any of that.
Well, you testified that at 1856 is when you first see her car moving.
Correct. There was no discussion of radio traffic.
Okay. Well, you've been here listening to this whole trial, right?
I have.
And have you heard testimony about the fact that they had to radio traffic her and got her response when they called out?
Correct.
Okay. So, you see her leaving, according to your GPS stuff, at 1856.
Right.
Right? She goes upwards of 105 miles an hour, right?
Yes.
And she arrives on scene to assist Deputy Duke.
Correct.
When does it say that she arrives?
It would be on the CFS report.
Okay, it's not
When
on
she
there?
logs out. This is when her vehicle stops. So it stops again, and these GPS coordinates are the same as the traffic stop
Of
location.
Duke? Okay,
Yes.
and about what time is that?
1901.
1901. So that would have been where you got the 5 minutes from in your
Using
Initial.
this, yes.
legend that you changed from 5 miles to 5 minutes.
Well, the actual time were the timestamps on the AVL report.
No, I understand, but I'm saying that's where your testimony came from that said 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't
Okay, sure,
understand.
just want to make sure. And in your experience with, I'm sure you are also required to have a radio, right?
I do.
And you had any experience in which sometimes you lose radio when you're certain places if it drops, or maybe you're in a residence or you're in a basement or?
Yeah, we have had that.
Okay. Now, when you were investigating these, 4 incidents, count 1, involving, the call in which, Cindy was on on deer carcass call. Right, you remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And basically, at the end of that call by the individuals, her deputies that handled it, any commission of a crime was halted, right?
For the deer carcass?
No, I'm saying for the event the instance in which you're claiming that she was derelict in her duties. Isn't that what your investigation came out?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just asking you, where Deputy Taylor was the primary, he went and handled the call. That call ended with a halt in any commission of crime, right? Was handled by the deputy.
Yes.
And there was no apprehension of an offender, because, other than the fact that they sent the paperwork to the prosecutor for charges, right?
Yes.
Okay. The issue on October 27th, in which Sergeant Benner was on a special detail at Trick or Treat, and Deputy Saylor handled that disturbance call. You recall that one?
Yes.
And in that one, Deputy Saylor, through your investigation, you determined that any commission of a crime was halted, right?
Correct.
And there was actually nobody apprehended because there were no charges filed, right?
So to say on my investigation, what I was investigating was not the end outcome of a call. It would be the response or lack thereof response from Sergeant Benner.
I'm just asking though, in your investigation, you saw that there was...
That was the end conclusion, but it's
Okay.
the events leading up to that I was focused on.
Well, I'm just asking you if in your investigation you came to these conclusions.
Yes.
Okay. And on November 2nd, 2022, in which Deputy Hale was, or Sergeant Hale was the primary and was dispatched to a welfare check and Deputy Saylor also responded. You recall that situation?
I do.
Count 3, I believe.
Yes.
And in conclusion of that situation, those officers handled the situation and prevented or halted any commission of an offense, right?
Yes.
And no charges were filed,
Correct.
and the case, or the matter was cleared, right?
Yes.
November 8th, 2022 is count 4 involving the traffic stop with Deputy Duke, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after all was said and done, Deputy Duke was able to stop the commission of a crime, right?
Correct.
And he took an offender into custody, right?
Correct.
And he interviewed another individual involved and let her go with no charges or anything, correct?
Correct.
And basically that call was cleared, right?
Yes.
In your, I guess, experience as a law enforcement officer, detective, that when it comes time to make decisions on whether, a call comes in, when you're going, do you run hot, do you not, how do you handle things? Part of that decision-making process involves safety of people around you, right?
Correct.
Safety of yourself,
Correct.
right? Such as, how fast do you go in November in deer season and middle of Ashland, right? In addition to if you are having to, or running through lights in the middle of the city, that you need to take some precautions, right?
Correct.
And based on your investigation of this matter, did you request charges? Did you just hand it back over to the sheriff's office? What was that process?
I had a meeting with the Ashland City Law Director, turned over my report to him, and it was reviewed by his office.
And during that process, do you make recommendations?
During that initial, I dropped off the case file and left it with Mr. Wolf to review.
Well, that's what, I mean, in that, what you dropped off, is there a portion of that where you make your recommendation?
I don't make a recommendation. I leave it with them to review the facts, and then they'll make the ultimate decision whether it met the element of the crime or not.
Okay. But I guess that's what I'm saying. Do you set forth what crime you think the elements are sufficient for? Or do you just simply hand them an investigation and say, this is what I found, you do with it as you wish?
Yeah, so I submitted a number of different incidents, and based upon their review, they decided that 4 met the elements of the crime.
That's what I'm saying, the elements of dereliction?
Right, and the decision was theirs, not, I didn't necessarily make that decision. I did sign the charges, but
Okay.
the charges were drafted by the law director's office.
During your investigation, did you make contact with that New London officer?
I did, I spoke with him by phone.
You did?
I did.
What was his name?
It was a weird last name. I know he's a sergeant for midnight shift, but I don't recall his name. I had asked him to see if he had body camera and if he did any type of documentation for the assist on Deputy Dude's car stop, which they had no information for me.
You spoke to him directly?
I spoke to the chief initially, who gave him the sergeant my phone number, and he called me, I think, the next day.
Okay. And he said he didn't have any body cam on?
They had body cam, but it wasn't available. It was no longer available. It wasn't an incident they investigated, or actually, because it was just assist, the chief said they don't retain that record.
And do you recall when you talked to him?
I'd say that was a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago. So that wasn't in any of your reports or anything you provided to, as part of this investigation?
Because it didn't drum up any information for the case, I didn't include it.
Well, the case is already been filed. You just talked to him a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay, did you indicate any of that information or provide it to the law director's office that you reached out to that?
Yeah, I believe I sent an email to Attorney Malone.
So after you got your initial packet of information from the sheriff's office, from Deputy Blake, did Lieutenant Wood hand you paperwork too, or was it just Deputy Blake?
I don't know if anybody, I guess, handed me, there was a stack of paperwork on the table that was ready for me.
And after you received that information, did you gather, was any other information provided to you from the sheriff's office as related to this case?
Other than the paperwork?
Yeah, other than what you picked up on February 2nd, 2023?
I eventually was given a copy of Deputy Duke's body cam from the car stop.
And that's from the November 8th car stop?
Correct.
And who provided that to you?
The Detective Bureau Secretary.
Did you collect any, was there anything else provided to you by the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
The Deputy Duke's general offense report that went along with that. And I believe the body cam from Sergeant Benner was also included in that.
When were you provided with that information?
It would have been right at the same time as speaking with the new London officer, so a few weeks ago.
So you were investigating this case and you just obtained Sergeant Benner's body cam from Count 4 just a few weeks ago?
Yes.
You didn't think that was important to have before you made
When I
recommendations?
I was told no body cam was available. And then
Who told you
after
that?
Lieutenant Wood. And then after realizing there was a criminal case, I know in our cases in Richland County, we submit the body cam as evidence if it's a criminal case. So I checked with, is it Ms. Patterson, I believe? And she said she would look and was able to locate the videos and evidence.
When did you get Deputy Duke's video?
Same time,
Just a few weeks ago.
yes. Again, I was told that was not available.
When you say a few weeks ago, can you give me closer to a date?
I can't give a specific date.
And were you contacted by Ashland County saying, hey, we have this stuff now, or did you make requests?
No, I inquired about it.
Let me ask you this, what would make you inquire about it a few weeks ago if you were told early on it didn't exist?
I think there was another request for discovery that the law director's office reached out to me and asked me to follow up with a few things.
And I guess at this point, when you turned stuff over to the law director's office, you figured your investigation was complete at that point?
For the most part, I think in all cases, there's always going to be follow-up or somebody requesting something.
Did you memorialize any of that? Do you have a report where these things came in and you know the date and when you picked this stuff up and talked to New London or anything?
I never physically picked anything up. It was sent to me through email.
Okay. Did you make a report about receiving it in an email from the sheriff's office, these videos and your talk with New London?
I drafted the email from New London. The same information, report and body cam, was also sent to the law directors. It was in a group email
Okay, but did you ever make a report about any of that to put in the investigation
No, I did not.
file? So none of that was sent to Cindy Benner or myself?
I'm not aware of the discovery part of it.
Was there anything else after that time period that you received from the Ashland County Sheriff's Office as it relates to this investigation?
No.
Did you receive or obtain information from any other entity as it related to this investigation that was not affiliated with the Sheriff's Office?
No.
I have nothing further at this point. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Long?
Thank you, Judge. Detective, you and I think about every other law enforcement officer that's testified has been asked that at the end of each of these 4 instances, whether an offense has been halted or an offender has been apprehended. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you investigating an entire agency for dereliction of duty or one specific person for multiple counts of dereliction of duty?
Just one specific person.
Who's that?
Sergeant Bennett.
Thank you.
Mr. Long?
That's it, Judge.
You stand down, detective. Thank you. Do you have any exhibits over there?
I do.
May I have them, please? Do you want the eyewitnesses here? We have another one.
I'm out, Judge. We would rest pending the admission of exhibits.
Okay. When a state rests their case, there's always some legal matters to deal with. For one, there's 19 exhibits, and the court's going to have to rule on the admissibility of each one of those. There's also a decision to be made by the defense as to whether or not they want to present any evidence. And so those things need to be handled outside the presence of the jury. At this time, I think we're going to recess. It's difficult for me to say how long this process might take. But what I'm going to try to get a feel for is whether we have any chance of getting done today or not. And I will let the jury know as soon as I can. So, Mr. Costa, you want to take the jury out?
Yes, sir.
The court will deal with exhibits.
All rise, jury, please.
But usually this is print out of the same email in the file.
We're taking a moment to marshal out. Looks like I have all 19, unless you've added another one.
Nope.
Probably best to go through these one at a time, Attorney Mayor.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 is the affidavit of one Tucker Halverson, who testified regarding the CAD mapping system and the software GPS stuff generally used by the sheriff's department. Objection?
No objection.
One's admitted without objection. Two is the video apparently prepared by Lieutenant Wood using his phone of what I would call a CAD map. Objection?
I would object to that, again, for the same basis as before, because I think even on that, you could tell things weren't moving like they thought they were, and he created it, wasn't the best evidence.
Doesn't that help your case? Its thoughts?
It goes to weight, not admissibility.
I think it does. I mean, I agree with you, Terry. Mayor. Stuff is jumping all over the place on that. But I do think that goes to weight, not admissibility. I'm going to overrule the objection. Noting your continuing objection to foundation on all the GPS.
Yes, thank you.
Stage 3 is, I'm not sure Stage 3 was offered unless it's being offered now. It was originally used during the testimony of a witness. It appears to be
I think you used it later
it's
on.
a command log.
Yeah, I used it later with Winrick, deputy, or dispatcher Winrick.
At the time that I asked about it, you said you weren't offering it. You're offering it now?
Right.
Objection?
I think I'm an ongoing objection to those again, same foundational situation.
All right, that's noted for the record. If that's the only objection, we'll admit it.
Which one is it? I'm sorry again, the date or what?
This one was a little harder for me to understand, but it pertains to November the 3rd of 2021. And I think it's it's a call log. So it's like from the first entry is 16/16/39, and it says Winrick Macy new CFS.
Okay, thank you.
And then it goes from there. So it's all
I believe so, Your Honor.
Stage 4 is thick. This is the document testified to by Chief Deputy Blake, the standard operating procedures manual of the Sheriff's Department. Objection?
No.
Stage 4 is admitted without objection. 5 is Sergeant Benner's oath from January 7, 2013.
No objection.
5 is admitted. 6 is a CFS, call for service log, taken by Nicole Van Skalinica, listed as a welfare check in the North Zone, November 2nd, 2022, at approximately 23/12/44.
Just my own objection.
What's that?
Just my own little objection.
6 is admitted over objection. 7 is an audio tape of radio traffic, October 27, 1817-41. I'll be honest, I don't recall specifically what was on the tape.
That
I believe
was-
this is dispatch.
Yeah, that was the dispatcher, sent out the call, and that was when the defendant referred it to OSP.
Okay. Objection?
No objection.
7 is admitted without objection. 8 is another call for service taken by Madeline Hall regarding the call in Sullivan on October 27, 2022. Objection.
I'm sorry, what's that date?
October 27, 2022, this is the Sullivan call.
Okay, just the ongoing.
Submitted over defense counsel's foundational objection. 9 is another call for service taken by dispatcher Hall November 8th, 2022. This is the traffic stop involving Deputy Duke.
Same foundation objection.
Without objection is submitted. 10 is a call for service taken by dispatcher Starkey, November 3rd, 2021, 16:03:17. This is the deer call. Same objection?
Yes.
Any other objections?
No.
Over that objection of defense counsel, it's submitted. 11 is the body cam of Deputy Duke from his stop up on State Road 60.
I have no objection as long as if the jury wants, they can play the whole thing. No, the whole thing wasn't played here, but.
What's on there?
Hmm?
What's on there that wasn't played?
Well, in the findings, there's conversation about whether or not to take him to, how she was being a supervisor and how she delegated stuff and how it happened.
I think the court ruled that was inadmissible. It's irrelevant.
But I still think, I guess, if you play it so it doesn't look like, hey, we're trying to hide something. I mean, I just think the stop is the stop. We should see how another thing that's important on that is the fact that his testimony was how worried and scared, or worried he was and needed backup because there was an additional female sitting by herself.
Right.
And then I think it's important for them to see all the law enforcement that was there and nobody dealt with her. She sat there by herself.
Okay.
And I think that's.
I would only say that I could see that on the part I saw.
Well, you didn't see all the additional people who showed up.
Anything that you want to say in response to that?
Judge, that's the portion that was played for the jury. The defense had the opportunity to play it if they wanted to, and they didn't.
I mean, we do that all the time. I understand the concern about not giving the
Trying to be
jury.
appropriate on time and.
I mean, you can certainly still play it if it's relevant, but
Okay.
I don't know what's on there. There could be hearsay on there. There could be all kinds of things on there. And the court's practice would be to only play the part that was admitted, and the only part that's been, in my opinion, admitted is the part that was played. Obviously, that could change, but for now, I'm only admitting the part that was played.
Okay.
12 is a blank deer carcass receipt. Any objection?
No.
All right, 12 is admitted. 13 is a AVL playback detail report from October 27. Pertaining to Unit 306, which I presume is Sergeant Bennett.
It is. On foundational objection.
Over the foundational objection, I'm going to admit it. 14 is a similar document, APL playback, again pertaining only to Sergeant Bennett, Unit 306. October 27, 2022, 18:58 hours to 18:43:08.
Just over my foundational objection.
All right, that was admitted over that objection. 15, similar report, November 2nd, same objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll roll that and admit it. 16 is the Google Earth printout, which shows a call location on US Route 250 North and purported routes of Sergeant Benner, Sergeant Hale, and now Sergeant Saylor to the call. The document having been created by the witness.
Just, I guess, my objection from where those points and things came from.
I'm going to admit it. I think it goes to weight as it's demonstrative evidence. 17 is another AVL playback for Unit 306. This one, November 8. It's like 18:52:56 to 19:01:57. Same objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'm going to admit it. 18 is the second map. This one created, I think the testimony was using the actual GPS data showing the routes of Winrick and Sergeant Benner to Deputy Duke's location.
Is that the one with GPS, or is that the one he asked Winrick how he got there?
Is it the Google Earth or is it the Google Map?
It's the Google Earth.
So that's the one, the statement from Winrick.
Okay.
The second one is the GPS.
I have this.
I won't object to that, that's not what GPS says, does it? It's not part of my underlying objection.
Any what we heard on this one, Mr. Flynn?
I thought you said she's not objecting.
Yeah, I think.
All right. Without objection, I'm going to remove it. And then finally, 19. I think, this is the Google Maps one.
That's the one you use for
locations
GPS.
from 922 State Route 511 to the location up on 60.
And I would have an objection, same as the underlying, because the GPS data.
Have you heard Mr. Lynn?
No, Judge.
Going to admit it over counsel's objection again. I think it goes to wait. Now, do you need a few minutes, Cassie, to decide if you're going to present evidence, or do you know?
Actually, I know I do have, we haven't decided whether Cindy's going to testify, but I do have a couple witnesses.
Okay.
And I do want to do a Rule 29, and I don't know if the court wants to be heard.
Well, I think this would be the time to do that.
Yes.
But you have two witnesses that you want to call that are here.
I have three, I have one that's, I believe he's still here.
Okay.
And then there are two that are in the morning.
Okay. That was my next question. So you actually had scheduled some of your witnesses for Friday,
Yes.
anticipating that this would probably take.
Yes, after yesterday, yeah.
All right. So I guess what I'd like to do is do what we can do. Get your witnesses in.
Okay.
I'm going to deal with the 29 motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the opinion of Cindy that the state has failed to set forth sufficient evidence on every element of the claim of dereliction of duty. Dereliction of duty indicates that no law enforcement officer shall negligently do any of the following. And under the statute cited, fail to prevent or halt commission of a crime or apprehend an offender when it is in the law enforcement officer's power to do so alone or with available assistance. And I think that in this case, all officers, everybody that has testified regarding, when asked, acknowledged that each of the four situations were sufficiently handled, that they either halted or prevented the commission of a crime and apprehended an offender, or released and had no charges. And at this point in time, there's nothing in the statute that is indicating that the supervisor or somebody other than those who attend and address that situation would be responsible. I mean, if this is something, at this point, I know part of the argument is she didn't get there somewhere fast enough, but as a supervisor, I think it's been clearly indicated by dispatch as well as other officers that there is, the sergeant has certain supervisory roles, has certain supervision, and is able to delegate. And the delegation is what happened in these matters. And if she didn't delegate, she got there as fast as she could. The fact that there's a few minutes in between, I think it was 4 minutes or so, that in and of itself cannot rise to the level of dereliction. Again, each event ended with there being prevention or halting of commission of a crime and apprehension of an offender if there is one. To put that responsibility on the supervisor or on somebody else, that would leave any deputy open at all times. If as a deputy they go to the house, and I can understand if they're not backed up and something happens, but if they handle the call, because as indicated, 9 times out of 10 they're going to be by themselves anyway, given 2 or 3 deputies on for all of Ashland County, and they have things set in place to ensure there's backup if necessary. And several of these calls didn't go out as domestic violence necessarily. You see them as disturbance, you see them as welfare checks. And again, I think there's an issue as well, is if this stuff is going out over, the CAD, did she get it immediately? Again, the radios, we have issues. So I think that bottom line is dereliction of duty requires that she has failed to prevent or halt the commission or has failed to apprehend an offender, and that didn't happen in any of these cases. And she had the supervisory ability to delegate or to call in backup elsewhere. And we feel that there's insufficient evidence that has been presented for a jury to even decide this, and we ask them not to be dismissed.
All four counts.
All four counts.
And that's your focus. It is and from your position, the state has failed to prove on each of the four occasions the defendant failed to stop or prevent the commission of crime or failed to apprehend an offender.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the issue.
Yes, because the subsequent extra sentence, when it is in the law enforcement officer's power to do so alone or with assistance, that specifically is situations in which she failed in her duty to stop that, and she may have had help, or she maybe with help she could have done that. But this is not even her situation. She was not called to there. She was not first on scene, and she delegated in situations in which she was unable to back up or got there as quick as she could. So we feel that there's insufficient evidence for the jury to even hear this.
Mr. Frank, have you heard on that?
I do, Judge, and this issue has been muddied this entire case. It's not whether an offense was halted by other deputies or whether other deputies apprehend an offender. It's this defendant. It's her who has the power to do so. She's a supervisor during all four of these calls. It's her power to do that. And every single one of these, there's been testimony about what she should have done pursuant to the Ashland County Sheriff's Office policy. Each one, she should have done something different. The domestic violence deer carcass call, the domestic violence is a priority. The deer carcass call, Deputy Duke said, is about the lowest priority you can get. Instead, she goes to the deer carcass call for a half hour. The domestic violence trick or treat, instead of going to the domestic violence case where a woman's getting choked by her husband, she stays at trick or treat. There's been testimony that she should have left. She's still on duty, just like any other time, while she's at a special detail. The male suicide with the gun, we just heard from Sergeant Hale today that she should have continued, secured the scene. She was the closest deputy, she was the supervising deputy, and then make the decision who should talk to the suicidal male. And the last one, the due traffic stop, is the most egregious one. Chief Deputy Blake said in these instances, not only minutes but seconds count how fast these deputies can get to assist a fellow deputy. And there's GPS that she sat around for 5 minutes after Duke's call came out before she even left her house. And whether Duke or Wenrick or somebody else got control of that guy or apprehended an offender is irrelevant. It was her job to do it, not theirs. And if ultimately they ended up apprehending those offenders or stopping the commission of offense, it's irrelevant. It's her that has that duty, not them.
Well, I would say this. The statute seems to me it has three parts to it. Three main things the state has to, well, you have to prove that she's a law enforcement officer. That's not materially in dispute. Then there's three other things the state has to prove. The state has to prove that this defendant, and I agree, it's not about what somebody else did, but this defendant on the days in question failed to, and it tells us very specifically, and I'm not going to paraphrase it, I'm going to read it. No law enforcement officer shall negligently, there's the first element, have to prove that this defendant breached a duty of care, that she was substantially in deviation from due care. No officer shall negligently fail to do any of the following: prevent or halt the commission of an offense or apprehend an offender. That's the second one. And then the third element is when it's possible for her to do so. So I think the state has to prove three things. They have to prove she was negligent. They have to prove that she failed to halt a crime or prevent a crime or apprehend an offender, and that she had the power to do so, either alone or with assistance. Those are the elements. And I hear all the testimony about, well, she should have done this and she should have done that, which goes to the negligence. Okay, that's testimony about what the standard of care is, what a reasonably prudent officer should have done or would have done. That's a totally separate element from, did she fail to prevent or halt the commission of a crime or to apprehend an offender? And I think that is an element the state has to prove. The state does have to prove that she failed to apprehend an offender or halt the commission of a crime, and that she had the ability to do that, which I think is a very real question in all these cases. And the one that you referred to, Mr. Lund, is the most egregious one. I agree with you. It would appear to be. We're talking about 4 or 5 minutes. That she's driving 105 miles an hour to get to a crime scene. She gets there within 5 minutes of leaving her house. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. So I think what the state has a problem with is, why did she take 4 or 5 minutes to leave? That's the most egregious one we're talking about. So, I don't see this much. I think the state has a burden of proof to show that even if we were to assume, for the sake of argument, that Sergeant Bennett was negligent in taking those extra minutes, the state still has to prove that she failed to apprehend an offender or stop a crime when she had the ability to do so. And that's what the court is, I guess, struggling with. And I would like to talk about it count by count. And, I got a lot of notes, but what evidence does the state see that she failed to apprehend or prevent a crime with respect to count 1, when she had the power to do so?
There's a domestic violence situation, Your Honor. There's clearly a crime going on. When you're talking about halting an offense, there's a temporal component to it. You halt an offense as it's ongoing. You don't halt it later. You don't show up later after another deputy's already handled it. When she's the closest and she can go there to stop a domestic violence, just like in count 2, and it's in her power to do that, that's the offense that should have been halted. Or if there was an offender in either of those domestic violence incidences, then that person should have been apprehended.
Okay, so in count 1, I guess I would like to hear from you, Mr. Young, what evidence, I understand the state's argument, but what evidence is there that she failed to halt an offense or apprehend an offender?
She didn't even go to call.
Okay.
How are you going to apprehend someone or hold an offense when you don't even go?
She wasn't dispatched to the call.
But the call came out on an all call, which goes to her MDT.
Right, if she's in the car, but she's already on a call.
She's on her way to a call, so she's in her car. She sees
Isn't that the deer incident?
Yeah, she sees a higher priority call come across, which we've heard. You drop the deer carcass call and you go to the domestic. And on one of those call sheets, she's en route when the domestic comes out. So she's in her car.
In count 2?
It's the same thing, Judge. It's another domestic.
That's the trick-or-treat incident?
This is the one where she doesn't even leave, and there's a domestic violence call where there's a male reportedly choking a female. And her response was, have OSP go to it. I'm going to hang out at trick-or-treat.
Is that it? Any other evidence?
But she's also the closest one to it. It's in Sullivan, she's in Savannah.
And 3?
Again, she is the closest deputy, being 3.3 miles away. We just heard from Sergeant Hale today that she should have responded, being the closest deputy, secure the scene, and then sort out who should be in the best position to talk to the suicidal male with a gun who had also been reported to be drinking.
But again, she was not dispatched to it, and she did go and remain nearby, as even Blake indicated that that's what he would do on occasion, but he'd let them handle it, but he'd be there as a supervisor if they needed anything. And again, she was not directly dispatched to it, but she did go and route, and she did wait by in case they needed something, and they testified they didn't.
So she drove right towards it and parked right down the street. So that shows an obligation on her behalf that
Well,
she...
it may, but again, that goes to whether or not she's complying with due care. I don't think that goes to the element of that she failed to apprehend an offender or stop a crime.
A drunk guy with a gun that's threatening suicide?
It's a drunk guy with a gun threatening suicide who's dealt with by other officers. No one's ever charged with anything.
But Sergeant Hale said today she should have responded to that to secure the scene.
That may well be the case. But how did she, by not responding when other officers did respond, and they took care of it, how did she fail to stop a crime or apprehend an offender?
Using weapons while intoxicated? I mean, he's got a gun while he's allegedly drinking? That's not a crime?
It's not a crime anybody cited him with. The other officers aren't being charged with dereliction. They didn't cite him.
This isn't a charging decision case. It's a dereliction case. They responded appropriately. He beat her there from the Richland County line, Sergeant Hale did.
And then the final one?
Same thing, Your Honor. He's in a struggle with a guy who's eventually charged with felonious assault. And her response time matters in assisting that and apprehending him. If she leaves her house within 5 minutes of getting that call, she's the first one on scene, first one assisting him and helping him arrest that guy.
Thoughts on that one?
Your Honor, I think that given, this is not a matter of she's choosing not to, we're talking a matter of minutes, and I think it's important to also note she was at home in her house, and I think there was testimony that said, on occasion, you don't get your phone or your radio transmission inside a residence. She is contacted directly by dispatch. Her response is, where is he? And she gets there as quick as she can. Again, we are talking about, there are, just to put it bluntly, obviously if she's in the middle of the bathroom or anything like that, it's a lot different for a female than it is for a male when it comes to those things, and to getting the vest back on, getting her belt back on, and getting out the door. And once she got out the door, she got there as quick as she can. And again, first thing, as soon as she walked on scene, Duke says, hey, can you watch him? And she does everything she needs to do.
All right. I'm going to spend some time with this, and then I'll come back and read in the motion on all 4 counts.
You have a record.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ryan. We're back on the record in case number 23 CRB 233, State versus Cynthia Benners, President of Council, Mr. Monstone, of the state. The court is going back through all of my notes regarding the testimony during the last 2 days. Done a little research online, looked at some other dereliction of duties cases and what has been required to be sufficient evidence to support convictions in those cases. And I tried to apply my notes regarding the evidence to each of the counts, not necessarily to determine if the evidence is sufficient to support a conviction, because that's not the court's function. That's the function of the jury. But the court does serve as a gatekeeper, and the court, when confronted with the Rule 29 motion, has to decide if there is sufficient evidence on each one of these counts to prove every essential element. Could a reasonable trier of fact essentially make a finding that every essential element has been proven? That's the standard. And the court has to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state in making those determinations. And as I mentioned before, I think with each of these cases, each of these counts, there's really 4 things the state has to prove. That the defendant was a law enforcement officer, plenty of evidence of that. That she was negligent. And we have had testimony in all 4 counts from other law enforcement officers, and certainly from Chief Deputy Blake, as to what the standard of care is. And testimony that she should have responded to each of these 4 incidents in a more prompt fashion. So I do think there is sufficient evidence that a reasonable trier of fact, if they believe that testimony, could find that in each of these 4 cases the defendant was negligent. But that doesn't end the inquiry. And the state also has to prove that on each of these 4 occasions, that negligence, that substantial breach of the due care, resulted in the defendant failing to apprehend a suspect or halt or prevent the commission of the crime. And that's where it becomes really difficult for the court. In going back through here and trying to find the evidence that would support a conclusion on each of these counts, that even assuming the defendant substantially breached due care, she didn't do what she should have done on each of these occasions. Even if we make that assumption, that negligence resulted in her failing to apprehend a suspect or prevent or halt to prevent the commission of the crime. And I would say this. The first one, count 1, we had testimony from Deputy Taylor, and we have some electronic evidence regarding the defendant's failure to respond to that. And I think the jury could, it's pretty easy for this jury to conclude that the defendant did not respond to that call at all. That she was dealing with another issue, she spent half an hour dealing with this deer, did not respond to that call. Could the jury reasonably find that not response caused her to fail to apprehend a suspect or stop the commission or prevent the commission of the crime? The evidence, even looking at it like most favorable to the state as the court sees it, is that by the time when Deputy Taylor arrived, the offense was committed. The grandfather had already been injured. The act was over. So no one was going to prevent or halt the commission of the crime. It was over. What remained is the apprehension of suspect, which there was a summons issued, there was a charge filed against the granddaughter for domestic violence. So there was some evidence of commission of crime. We had testimony that a crime was committed and a summons was issued. I don't see any evidence supporting a conclusion that Deputy Benner could have prevented that crime, even had she left immediately and responded to that residence. I don't see how a finder of fact could reasonably make that conclusion. Could she have apprehended the suspect had she left immediately? Probably, possibly. And I think a reasonable finder of fact could find that by not responding to the call, she negligently failed to apprehend an offender. So I'm going to overrule the 29 motion on count 1. Count 2 is the incident where the defendant was on a special detail doing trick or treat in Savannah. And a call comes in relating to an alleged domestic situation where a wife or someone has called dispatch on behalf of the wife, or the wife called herself, reporting that she'd been choked by a husband. Deputies respond. Again, I think the evidence certainly would support the conclusion that Sergeant Benner did not respond. It might well support a conclusion that she was negligent in not doing so. No citations issued. No one is arrested or apprehended. And there was no evidence, in my opinion, presented in this trial that a crime was committed. And the only evidence we had was that there was a report of a domestic. That officers responded. When they got there, everyone denied anything that happened. No one got charged. No one got arrested. Now, there's a call here, I guess, for the court to make. Based on that evidence, could a reasonable finder of fact conclude that her failure to respond, even if negligent, resulted in her failing to stop, prevent a crime, or apprehend an offender when there's no evidence of a crime and no evidence of anyone being apprehended? I don't think so. Based on some of the authorities that I looked at, I don't see how a reasonable finder of fact could find count 2 that she failed to apprehend an offender or prevent a crime, or stop a crime. Count 3 causes the court similar concerns. November 2nd, there's a report of a suicidal male allegedly with a gun. Sergeant Benner is reportedly about 3 miles away. Evidence is pretty consistent that she sort of slowed down and let others get there first, arguably, and never completely responded but remained nearby in the area while other deputies handled the call. Possibly could have been the first officer to arrive there had she had an intention to do so. But again, nobody's arrested, nobody's apprehended, and there is no evidence that the court sees that a crime was committed. Nobody's charged with anything. So I can't see how a reasonable finder of fact could find, even if she were negligent and didn't do what she should have done, that she somehow failed to prevent, stop a crime, or apprehend an offender when there's no evidence of a crime on the record, none that I can find. So I'm going to grant a Rule 29 motion with respect to Count 3 as well. As far as Count 4, and Count 4 is Count 4 is the one that the court has given the most thought to and has the most concern about. Count 4 concerns Deputy Duke essentially being in a fight for his life out along State Route 60, sending out an all-call, asking for all available units. The evidence would tend to support, I think, reasonably a conclusion that Sergeant Benner was at her house. She's on her lunch break. I really don't know when she got the radio traffic. I don't think the jury can sort that out either based on the evidence we have. At some point, though, she became aware because she did respond. And she indicated she was en route. The evidence, in my opinion, would tend to support a conclusion that she arrived about 11 minutes after Deputy Duke called for help. According to the state's witnesses, it took about 5 minutes for her to get there. So we have a missing 4 to 6 minutes between his call for help and her leaving her residence from her lunch break to head to the scene at apparently 105 miles an hour. So, that's the question. Did that 5 minutes or 6 minutes, could a jury reasonably conclude that if that's negligence, if she knew she should respond and delayed unreasonably, if that's a breach of duty of care, and they make that finding, would those 5 or 6 minutes have resulted in her halting or preventing a crime or being able to make an arrest? And I think given all the circumstances that are in evidence, they could reasonably make that finding. That had she arrived more promptly, she could have certainly prevented other acts that were being committed by the suspect that was arrested. I think that would be a reasonable conclusion for the jury to make. So I'm going to deny the 29 motion with respect to counts 1 and 4 because I think there is sufficient evidence that a suspect could have been apprehended or a crime prevented by the defendant. But on counts 2 and 3, I'm going to grant the 29 motion because I don't think there's any evidence in the record supporting that conclusion. Mr. Carson, you want to bring the jury back? Yes.
for the jury, please.
He seemed regular.
Yes, Your Honor, I call Mr. Blake.
Chief Deputy Blake, you called
No,
that?
Mr. Blake, the deer carcass.
All right. I'm thinking that won't take very long.
No, no.
Stand right here for me, please. Face me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. If so, say I do.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Your Honor, may I inquire from the seat position still? Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Blake.
Huh.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Leo D. Blake, B-L-A-K-E,
Do you go by Dennis?
sometimes.
Sometimes? Okay. What is your current address?
1564 State Route 603.
And that's in Ashland County, correct?
Ashland.
And what we're here to talk about is back on November 3rd of 2021, I know it's been a while ago, did you have occasion to contact the sheriff's office regarding a deer carcass?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the court and the jury what happened?
I called and asked for a permit because I didn't have a license or a permit or a deer tag, so I wanted to give the deer away, so
Okay, who did you want to give it to?
an Amish guy.
Okay. A neighbor? Or someone that you knew, but he was not living there with you?
Right,
Okay. So they'd have to transport the deer?
I would, yeah.
Yes, okay. And, on this, particular occasion, November 3rd, 2021, do you recall who it was that arrived to handle that matter from the sheriff's office?
A lady, I guess it was her.
Okay, does the name Sergeant Cindy Bender sound familiar?
Yes,
Okay. And the woman sitting next to me appears to be the one you spoke with?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And, the deer was on your property, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you don't have tags, so that's why you had to call the sheriff's office?
yeah, I wanted to give it away, and I didn't want to put it in my truck and be caught with it and, without.
Get in trouble?
Yeah, and I knew you had to get a permit. Somebody else had told me that.
Okay. So, do you recall, the conversation you had with Sergeant Benner when she came down to handle that matter?
Not really.
Did it require her to wait for the individual to come over that you were giving the deer to?
Yeah, she told me he would need to sign off on it or whatever, but he wasn't there, so I had to go get him.
Okay. So that took some time then?
Yeah,
And, when he did arrive, did Sergeant Benner complete the carcass receipt with his name and everything on it as necessary?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall about how long it took you to go pick up this gentleman and bring him back?
I'd say somewhere between a half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. And, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Across this one.
Can I approach?
Sure.
That's not a sidebar, I just need to get a.
Oh, I thought you were, sorry. Too much monster.
Mr. Blake, so Sergeant Benner, did she give you a deer carcass receipt from Virginia State's Exhibit 12? Did it look like that?
Yeah, I think so.
She asked you to get a signature from the honest person that you want to give the deer to.
Yeah, she said he would have to sign off on it or something.
You have to sign it.
I think she said that.
Can you look at that exhibit I just put in front of you and see where there's a box for a signature?
I don't see one. No.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. On that particular evening, was it your information she needed, or was it the Amish gentleman's who was getting the deer?
I thought it was for me, but she kind of made it sound like it was for him.
And that's why she asked you to go get him and bring him so she could have all his...
Objection, Judge. That's speculation.
Let's finish the question first. Go ahead.
And there, as a result of that, she wanted you to go
I'm going to
get...
sustain the objection.
Okay. You were then requested to go get the Amish gentleman to bring him back to provide his information to Sergeant Benner, correct?
I think so, or I might have offered, I don't know.
But, well, she needed his name, address, phone number, and that information.
Objection, Judge.
Basis?
Speculation as to what the sergeant needed.
I'm going to sustain it given the form of the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She asked you, or she told you she needed to have his name, address, and phone number, correct?
Objection, that's hearsay.
I'm going to allow it. I don't think it's offered for the truth of the matter, sir. You can answer.
I'm not sure how she worded it, but felt like I needed to go get him.
You didn't know his name, address, and phone number as you stood there talking to her?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further, thank you.
Any intention to recall Mr. Blake?
No, Your Honor, he's
Mr. Blake, thank you for being here. At this point, you're free to go.
I appreciate
Happy to go,
it.
sir.
Yeah, can you leave that? Yeah, you'll need to leave that there. Thank you.
Unless you're going to pick up a deer on your way.
I thought I might, no, I think the next time we'll put a couple.
Next time you're just going to leave it later. All right, now it's 4:45. My understanding is you've got another witness that's here.
No, both of mine are.
That was your last witness?
That was the last only witness I had.
And you scheduled your other two to be here in the
9 o'clock.
morning, anticipating it would take us longer than it has.
Yes, because it sounded like, yeah, I thought Deputy
Then I think-
Dawson would take longer.
What time are they coming?
I was set for 9.
All right, then I think we're done. I don't think there's anything else we can do. Now, the only thing left to do is 2 witnesses from the defense, or perhaps 3. And then we'll conclude this case. I'm going to ask everyone to be back. I'm going to have inmates in the morning, I'm sure. I'll ask everyone to be back at 8:45, and we will finish this tomorrow morning. Mr. Crossman, would you see the jury?
Yes, sir. All rise for the jury, please.
If counsel would please take charge of their exhibits, I appreciate it. We're still on the record. Any further to state?
No, sir.
Defense?
I know, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we're at recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you both.